None of those are dangerous words.
Yeah, but it's like the combination of it. Why would you say it here, though? Oh my God.
Because we only have 50 people watching. We can always restart the live if we need to. But I had like 1,200 people watching.
Dr.
It sucks
Blitz,
to restart the live when you have to do that.
SMH. But yeah, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. I imagine the audio on YouTube is going to be like crazy.
Let me double check.
Yeah, testing. This is for Dr. Blitz's evaluation purposes. We'll see how the audio does. We'll see.
So my audio's low. Your audio sounds great though.
Okay.
It's a little bit. Your audio's a little loud, but that's okay, I think.
Okay. I wonder what would happen if I started. Oh, I know why. It's because I have modified it to do this. What about now? How's it now?
Well, I have to talk. So give me just a second to hear it on YouTube because of the delay.
Yeah, I could also turn you up. I could crank you on up. Wait, yeah, say more words.
My audio is still a little on the quiet side, but I think it's okay.
Wait, just say, I cranked you up even further. Say more words.
Saying more words. More words are being spoken as we speak.
Okay.
I will continue to say words until, okay, I'm still saying words.
Yep. Yeah, that should, well, let me know if that sounds good.
I think it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully. I hope.
Actually, yours is still significantly higher than mine.
Yeah, well, I
but
can,
think it's okay.
I can keep,
not too bad.
I can keep cranking you the hell up.
I don't actually know if it changed anything, to be honest.
Yeah, what about this? How's this? I'm like, I feel like, wait, let's say more words, say even more.
Look, I could just do this,
Yeah, that seems good.
or perhaps better.
You're
this.
blowing your mic is clipping like just like the teeniest amount.
Is it really?
Oh no, now it's good. Now it's good.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait. And so, how's the picture looking now? Somebody said the picture's off center.
Oh, looks fine on my end, but it's possible that because I'm the guest that I'm not able to see it well.
Yeah, because I don't know, TikTok does this like horrible thing.
Yep, it's awful.
Bro, everything about this app is like unbelievable. It's like
I'm
unfathomable.
louder while facing the mic. Okay, well that should probably fix it. Hopefully. Actually, did that make it any better?
I think so. I'm inclined to believe so.
Yeah, I mean, like if I'm like right up next to it, I clip. But yeah, honestly, I might need to get a new mic because this mic, it's very sensitive if you're up close to it, and then if you get like a little bit further away, like it's it's not ideal.
Okay, wait. I'm relocating us, and then when I get the app pulled up, I got to reinstall it. You think I keep this garbage on my phone on a day-to-day basis?
It's wild that you reinstall it every day.
Maybe so. I can't lie.
Like that is insane.
I don't reinstall it every day, right? I run it through Live Studio. When I go live, I run Live Studio.
Oh.
Yeah, it's an ideal app. There's also like this fun feature in Live Studio. So you have in terms of like microphones, you have the power to just like outright like full on mute. You have the power to mute people's like microphones permanently because you can just crank down the audio speaker through which they're coming through down to 0, and then you can still hear them, but chat can't. It's like a goated feature. So you can just, if somebody just wants to yap, you can just turn them all the way down.
So you should move it just a smidge to the. I'm watching right now on my PC. Move it a smidge to the left.
Wait, let me
Or no, somebody else. You know what? It's probably fine, right? It probably doesn't really matter all that much.
Smidge to the left. Yeah, based, goated. Okay, wait. Yeah, let me. Now is time. Now is time.
Oh, somebody says perfect. They say perfect, so let's keep it there.
All right, gotta bring myself up.
Imagine being a TikTok content creator and then also not having the TikTok app installed.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like probably for the best. My productivity goes
look,
down. Like I just don't have like a good relationship with things that are like dopamine inducing, like video games, for example. I can't keep
That's
video
fair.
games on my computer. Otherwise, I'll just play them.
Well, that is the point of them.
But it's like to an unhealthy degree, right? Like I don't know. Like if you to the person in chat saying don't limit yourself, you would literally not see me again until I uninstalled them if I started playing video games again.
Have you heard of Factorio?
Yeah.
So that brain is like, or that game is like crack for STEM brains.
You can't say, oh my.
Fine, it's fine. Um, anyway, I played that game for like, I don't know. I want to say like thousands of hours over the course of this one summer, and like I can never install this game again. Like I lost an entire summer to that game.
Yeah, I do this with like League of Legends. Like I'll install League of Legends, and then it will bring me down to my lowest point where I'll be
Yep.
it'll be like 3 a.m. and you know I have to be up for work in like 3 hours, and then I'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna make a change, and then I don't play it for the next year.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's generally what breaks the habit for me is I go on vacation and I'm just like forced to not be on a computer for a week. And I'm like, oh, okay, now I don't have to Factorio, the moment I wake up until I go to bed.
Yeah, last week it was so stupid. It was like a bad reason, but I pulled like an all-nighter because I was just kind of like meandering from place to place. Like I talked to some friends in Discord, and then one of them was playing like the Clash Royale like auto chess game. It's like team fight tactics, but it takes like 8 minutes instead of like 40 minutes. And then after that, I was like, oh, well, I want to play this. And then before I knew it, like the sun was up. So I was like, well, I don't want to go to work at noon. I guess I'll just go to work right now.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of options there. By the way, if you guys are watching currently, what's happening? What you're seeing right now is what happens when we don't have guests in the guest box. So if you want to come on, talk to us about, speak of the devil, but not the devil, because the devil's not real. We have a guest, and their name is Blake.
What a singer.
Should we bring up Blake?
Yeah. Hey, Blake, how's it going?
Great.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I just hopped in here. Looks like we're dealing with a couple guys who think God is not real. Is that right?
Yeah.
You got it.
I don't know who we is, but yeah. Do you think God is real?
That was like the academic we there. No, I'm just kidding. I don't actually know. I guess I tend to appeal to it kind of as a logical construct from what I call, and like maybe some people, this seems to maybe be like a trigger point of maybe the conversation, or maybe where it might be philosophical versus scientific, and I don't understand the line, but what I call the something from nothing paradox, or like tracing back time to what is like the best consensus theory, Big Bang, and trying to go left and kind of ask like the question, why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there space-time in general? And I'm curious how you guys think about that question. Because, earlier I was in a live where that seemed to maybe, go out of bounds from at least the discussion that group was wanting to have, or where it like kind of becomes from maybe unscientific, that you would appeal to something supernatural just because of that. But yeah, how do you guys think about that in general?
There's a problem because, and by the way, the something from nothing question it's like a deep question, right? Like, why is there something rather than nothing? The problem is that question shouldn't lead you toward a God any more than it should lead you to a Big Bang, because you could just as easily ask, why is there a God plus a universe rather than nothing, absolutely nothing at all? Like, yeah, why is there something rather than nothing? Maybe there's some deeper explanation that will explain that. Maybe there has to always be something. Maybe there's no such thing as nothing. Regardless of what the answer is, though, God certainly doesn't answer it.
I agree. I agree that that's not clear. But to me, both are on the table. And
Well,
that's
but
where
it's just
I
God
kind
just
of
doesn't resolve the problem at
Yeah.
all, right?
Yeah.
Like there is just no resolution coming from God.
Yeah.
I guess I appeal, and this is me, like, in kind of maybe where it gets murky in my actual understanding of what I believe. But like, I kind of appeal that both, and that's why I call myself I guess I'm agnostic. That I put both on the table just because of the size of the mystery there. It's like yeah, I'm a scientist, big believer in how we use it to understand the world
Mhm.
around us. But like when I get back to that size of the question of the something versus nothing, and the space time itself existing, like not that it came out of nothing, not making any claims about it, but it does exist, and why I kind of and just kind of feeling like our scientific toolkit sort of starts after the fact of space time existing, and we're sort of in it, discovering it. But yeah, to me, like it is a philosophical question, maybe, or like that sort of framing.
Well, so in order for
Yeah, it
this to
makes
be, in order for like your point to make sense, basically,
yeah,
God would need to provide some explanation that you wouldn't otherwise have. We have two
yeah,
models.
yeah. So let's try to
In our
flesh that out.
view,
Yeah,
we think the universe always existed, or we're inclined to believe that the universe always existed. In your view, you think the universe didn't always exist, but then there's a God that did always exist. So I don't know. It's like asking like the question, like, well, why is there a world rather than no world? And then your
right.
answer is like, well, there's this elephant that created it. A problem solved. We can stop talking about it. But no, problem not solved. Why is there an elephant instead of not an
I guess
elephant? So it just kind
I'm
of kicks the
seeing
can
that.
down the road, and then the problem persists, right? Like you add something to your
Yeah,
worldview that doesn't explain anything, and then like the question is still there. So it
I
seems like it
guess
didn't help at
it's
all.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm sympathetic to that, but I guess it's like I I want to relax maybe the characterization of my view that I've heard a little bit,
Mm.
because like I feel like it's not that I'm bringing it up because I have it as a solution, but I'm more looking at like the physical universe, like yeah, kind of the space time sort of description of it, and tracing back to yeah the Big Bang, and it's like we don't comment on or I guess like in back to I don't actually take a view. I would lean on y'all's kind of expertise for what the consensus view is on like what we did, how you describe the universe always being there or the Big Bang. I'm just appealing to that Big Bang argument and sort of saying with that, if we keep going leftwards, like, and we want to talk about like, yeah, why space time is here versus whatever, nothing, even though that I know is a problematic thing to put on the table, like an idea of nothing, like that might not be fair. But yeah, I want to stay agnostic on like the whole God or not God, because like I want to appeal to this idea that like kind of outside maybe higher dimensionality or bigger science we can't observe in this space time, those kind of things. So like saying physics that we don't yet understand, and like maybe God is a maybe we're talking about the same thing ultimately, right? Like
But
I'm
why
not
would you want
making
to
a
do that? What does it explain?
I guess it's yeah. It's a great question because I don't have a good answer for you for like why that's not in the same framework we're already in, like and like why we wouldn't kind of roll that into yeah higher dimensions and more science. Um, but I think if you interesting, yeah, there's still like this weird something from nothing paradox to me, where it's sort of like
Well, just
how
to be
does
clear,
math in the world like kind of arise out of thin air kind of thing? Yeah. Not
so
to,
just to be clear, it's not even clear that like space time began at the Big Bang. That's not clear at all.
yeah,
It's not clear that there is nothing physical that is in some sense like causally prior to space time. Like there could be some
right.
sort of physical thing that is causally prior to space time. So maybe space time did begin at the Big Bang, but there is still something physical beforehand. So like it's just I mean like the question of like something from nothing.
Yeah.
It's not even clear if that ever was if that like there ever was nothing, right?
Thanks
That's not. obvious.
I like that because I've had that in my head as kind of how I think about it, but it's not fair to sort of pin the scientific argument as, oh yeah, and all of a sudden there is the Big Bang and then we don't comment. It's like, I think I saw a paper a couple weeks ago. I don't know if it was the one y'all saw about like the idea that the Big Bang could have happened inside of a black hole. Was that something that came across y'all's radar?
Yeah, I made a video about it. It's not a very good hypothesis, but this is all to say, like, there are a lot of ideas as to like where, like, what the origins of the Big Bang were. A lot of different ideas, and the vast majority of them don't require anything supernatural.
Yeah, no, I hear that. It's a good challenge to kind of how I'm thinking about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we appreciate you coming on up here, but hopefully we gave you something to think about.
You definitely did.
Absolutely.
That was actually super helpful. Could I ask maybe one last question, and kind of like spin it the other way and sort of, and it's probably something you guys have touched on already, but like kind of the why not open up to the idea of like, given the mystery and given that sort of honest, all the possibilities and that we don't know before, but kind of why not be open? Why cross it off the list of possibilities that it could be something supernatural? Of any of the flavors, creator, intelligent, loving. Why cross those off the list?
It just seems like the arguments for them are like the arguments that people put forward, whether they're like empirical or whether they're philosophical or whether they're, like subjective experiences, whatever they might be, the arguments are just not very good. And the arguments against, at least in my and Ian's views, the arguments against like the possibility of such a thing are pretty good. So, it's just a matter of like the weighing of the arguments and the explanations and the evidence.
Yeah. No, I mean, if God doesn't, if we can explain everything without God, or we can explain it as well without God, why would we want to explain it as well with God? Like, why add like a thing to the worldview if it doesn't explain anything?
I guess it's because we can't explain the mystery very well, the existential sort of mystery. Why are we here? What is,
But that just creates like a new mystery by adding a God, right? It just like transfers the mystery to a new object.
I would say I'm looking at it like
why is God
there's
there?
like a list. Yeah, like there's a list of possibilities, and I'm with you that it's not a better one than all of the other ones that we, are hypothetical, contenders. But to me, you would have, I get the bad argument kind of, or like that there's bad evidence that you wouldn't put it on the list because there's nothing to kind of like, it's crossed no barrier of entry that would make it worthwhile to pursue. I'm sympathetic to that view, but I think like, as soon as you have a little bit there, I think it deserves to be on the list.
Well, maybe I could cross it off the list for you really quick. So either God was always creating the universe or he was not always creating the universe, A or not A. So there are two paths that it could be. Either he was always creating it or he wasn't always creating it. But if he was always creating it, then it would just always exist. And if it always existed, he never created it. The alternative is that God was not always creating it. But if that's the case, then he went from not creating the universe to creating the universe. And that would be a change, right? God, if God is outside of time, which he would have to be if he created the universe, if God's outside of time, then he can't change. So there are two possible paths to God creating the universe, and it just can't be either of them.
And real quick on the first one, if he was always creating the universe, then the problem was
it would just always exist, which means that he never created it. It never came into existence. For something to be created, it needs to come into existence, and the universe just wouldn't do that.
I like that framing too. I like it's a logical contradiction. Okay, I'm gonna take this back. Do you guys do lives often? Like,
this show is once a week, every Sunday.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna
we also
try
do
to
our
get some
own
good
separate
thoughts
lives.
together.
Yeah. Well, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I'll follow you up
Absolutely.
accounts. I'll try to come back next Sunday, see if I can post some good questions.
Yep. Hey, thanks so much.
Great.
Thanks a lot, y'all. Have a great.
Thanks for being here.
Fuck.
All right, we have a
I
guest
cut him
name,
too soon.
Agape.
Oops. Agape.
It's okay. Are you sure it's Agape?
Yeah, it's Agape.
Hey.
The person's a
it's
Christian.
Agape.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to give you a little background. This is like one of my first times being on one of these lives, but I am 16 years old. I'm also
Nope,
Well,
can't be
you
here.
can't be here. Well,
Well, his voice sounded old enough. I probably would have forgotten to ask his age.
yeah, if he didn't like insist on like, yeah, here's the terms of
If he didn't
service
say it's my first
violation.
time, I'm a minor. Like,
Yeah.
no.
hell of an opener. Unfortunately, we cannot talk to you if you're under 18.
Yep. Anyway, Germano.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hermano? Is it Hermano, maybe?
Germano, yes. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Germano. Yeah, we can. Great. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do indeed, yes. And can I give you my argument for it?
Oh,
Before
yeah,
we
which,
do that, can you just, which one? Can you tell us which God it is? Are you Christian? Are you Muslim? Are you general deist?
General God.
Okay, so classical theist, perhaps?
can we get like a definition of God?
No, just God the Creator.
Just like
Okay,
a
that's
mind
close
that created the universe?
Yeah, created the universe, yeah.
Sure, yeah, go for it. Yeah, what's your evidence or argument?
Sure. So I believe that everything that exists has an explanation for its existence, either necessary or contingent. The universe exists. The universe is not necessary. It could have not existed. Therefore, the universe must have an external cause or explanation. That cause must be necessary, uncaused, eternal, immaterial, powerful being, best identified as God.
Yeah, so your
So
first
that's my
premise
argument.
has a pretty killer problem with it. This is not the first premise that you want to run. Your first premise was everything has an explanation for its existence, but you definitely don't want to say that because then that implies that God has an explanation for his existence.
Right.
The premise you probably want is every contingent thing has an explanation for its existence.
Yeah, actually, the principle is this: everything that begins to exist or its contingent has an explanation. God, by definition, is a necessary being, doesn't begin to exist and isn't contingent. So it's not special pleading, necessary being explain themselves, while contingent things need causes. The universe is contingent; it could not have existed, does not need an explanation. That's not avoiding the rule. That's applying.
Yeah, no, we understand.
Yeah.
So how do you, can you like deductively demonstrate that the universe had a beginning and that it's contingent?
Sorry, it cracked up. Can you repeat the question, please?
Can you deductively demonstrate that the universe both had a beginning and is contingent?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Something that's contingent, if it doesn't have to exist, it depends on something else or could have been otherwise. The universe fits this. The universe is made of time.
Wait, just to be clear, that's the thing in contention.
Yeah. Why?
You're just reasserting the claim.
Yeah. Why should we think that the universe is contingent or began to exist?
No, I thought that's where you asked me to argue the opposite way.
No. So look, in order for your argument to get through, there are two barriers you have to overcome, or three, I suppose. First, you have to show the universe began to exist. Second, you have to show that the universe is contingent. Third, you have to show that all contingent things must have some sort of explanation.
Sorry, I just heard you saying the third. Can you just repeat first and second, please?
Is my audio connection not good?
Your audio connection is phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's three things you have to show. That's fine. You have to show A, the universe had a beginning. You have to show B, the universe is contingent, and you have to show C, things that have beginnings and are contingent require explanation. Those are the three burdens that you have to overcome to make this argument work.
Yeah, sure. So philosophically, an actual infinite past is impossible.
I don't know why
If time had no beginning, you would never arrive at now. Like trying to climb and
From when? When would you never arrive at now from?
If if time had no beginning, we would never arrive at now.
From when?
Like trying to climb of an infinite deep hole. Yeah,
But
scientifically.
when would you're presupposing that it has a beginning?
No, I'm saying it's impossible to have something without beginning.
Why?
To be clear, you think that God doesn't have a
True.
beginning,
Also,
right?
that that's true. That's a good call out. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that's my claim. An infinite
Well, but-
path is impossible.
But you think that God doesn't have a beginning, right?
Yeah, God doesn't have a beginning. God is
So
not time.
what's the symmetry breaker?
Yeah, God is timeless, immaterial, and necessary. He
Why
doesn't
couldn't you have a timeless state that causally precedes the timeful universe?
He doesn't exist in a sequence of moments like the universe does.
Why couldn't you have a timeless state? Why couldn't the universe have a timeless state that causally precedes the timeful universe?
Why could he not?
Yeah.
Because causality doesn't always require time. Sometimes causes don't happen before the effect.
I never said that. Seems like a red herring. Look, what I'm saying is that you could have a timeless, the universe could be in a state of timelessness, and then somewhere in that universe, time begins. I don't see an issue with that. And then you just have a timeless universe, and timeless universes clearly don't have beginnings.
Yeah. What does it mean for a physical universe made of matter, energy, and space to be in a timeless state?
Well, it has all of those features, except it doesn't have time.
Well, that's not physics or metaphysics. That's
No,
speculation.
that's absolutely
Theoretical.
physics. You can absolutely do physics to that.
Well, the universe is intrinsically temporal. It consists of change, movements, and entropy.
Oh, that's a big claim. I mean, to suppose that time is truly fundamental that's not clear at all. That's like a huge metaphysical claim.
Yeah, you're right. It's the metaphysical claim, but your claim that a timeless physical universe can exist and then generate time from within itself, that's not physics. It's metaphysics
Well,
too.
I mean, if that's not physics, I guess take away Stephen Hawking's doctorate, because it was Stephen Hawking who came up with the idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I respect Steve Hawking. He was a brilliant physicist, but
Not a metaphysicist, importantly.
appealing to his authority doesn't settle the question, yeah?
Well,
Not
so-
physics.
So to be clear, I was appealing to his authority because he's a physicist, and he did physics with this idea. So this is a physics. I'm making an explicit description of a physical model, not some metaphysical woo-woo, right? Like, this is not like some metaphysical, like, oh, but what if blah blah blah. No, this was like a physics model that was under serious consideration by both Stephen Hawking and David Hartle.
Yeah, Hawkins and also proposed the no boundary model where
Yep.
time behaves like a spatial dimension here.
Right. So-
wow, what
Right,
an
in the very
interesting set
early-
of facts. Are
Get rid
you
of the question.
are
No,
you
but
using
even that
like
model doesn't get
ChatGPT
rid
or
of the question.
something?
Sorry?
Are you typing this stuff into ChatGPT?
No,
Are you
why
Googling
would I
it?
do that? Okay, sure. In fact, why would I be looking at ChatGPT? I don't get it.
It's such a it's such a strange fact to come up with. You know, you hadn't heard of it prior, and now you have. Wow, that's incredible. You just have like a knack for like picking up information.
One second. So 1 second. When did I mention that I did not know about it? Because
you were just like very surprised to hear it, and then like several seconds passed, and now you're able to like recite like some specific information about it, which is fine, right? But like, let's just be honest with each other. You know, there's just like a pause, and then we're like pulling like information out of thin air.
Let's do it differently. I refuse to carry on the argument here. I challenge you to meet you in person. I can travel to see you in person.
Let's just calm down there. It's gonna be okay. I think I struck a nerve.
I can come to California to meet you. That's not an issue because I'm due to travel there next month anyway. Do you accept my challenge?
To do what? I'm not in California.
So we can. So you claim I'm using AI to back me up. I'm happy to.
It certainly seems like it. It just seems like I struck a nerve. I didn't mean to.
If we're gonna have an argument,
I didn't mean to like make you upset or something. Like I just wanted to know whether or not you were using AI.
Look,
because you were reciting an interesting set of facts.
All I'm saying is that I'm due to travel to California.
I don't live in California.
Ian doesn't live in California.
I don't live there.
Well, he was there at the Jubilee.
Yeah, I was.
I remember he said something like he had to travel X amount of time to reach the.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that. Okay. No issues. So. If you're happy to have a debate live,
I'm not going to travel to California to debate you.
No, you don't need to travel to California. The thing is, I'm going 13 cities in the country, and I'd be happy to come to see you because I'd like to have a live debate with you. Actually,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that.
Okay, no issues.
Listen,
so,
if you
but in any case, I refuse because basically he said I said I wasn't familiar with something that clearly I was familiar with, yeah, and then he thrown that I'm using ChatGPT to help me out. So in that case,
Germano, how much like are you familiar with like the ekpyrotic universe? Are you familiar with the conformal cyclic cosmology? Are you familiar with any of that stuff? Because it's just very, very strange that like a random person with no like strong background in physics would know about the Hartle-Hawking model enough to know its like official name without knowing this other stuff. So it's just surprising. That's all.
To be fair, it's something that I've been looking into for the last decade. It's probably one of the most fascinating topics for me. And I've spent thousands of hours researching, looking into, reading interviews, etc., etc.
For the Hartle-Hawking state specifically?
Now, in any case, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna
wait because I have a follow-up question to that. Maybe you could tell us like some basic piece of information about the Hartle-Hawking state. Could you tell us what type of time does the Hartle-Hawking state propose that it functions under pre-rapid expansion? What type of time does it function under? If you've been researching it for the last 10 years.
You say that I fetched the answer from ChatGPT, so I'm not doing it. Thank you very much for bringing me up, mate. And then if you want to have it in person, I'll come to see you when I'm in America.
Oh, he's running.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, that's like quite defensive. You really could have blown me the fuck out by just answering the question.
Ian, you can't ask people if they're cheating on ChatGPT. It makes them upset when they get caught.
True. Yeah, that dude was a rhetorical titan.
All right, we have a guest name. Oh, we have some super chats.
Yeah.
Let me read them really quick. So we have a 10 Canuck buck super chat from Garba Gaiman. Love the argument for aughts through agency. How would you use it to get to don't eat animal products? Praise the wave function. Ian?
Yeah, animals have agency. They have like specific goals. They take steps towards their goals. I don't know. Like I do think that
animals have agency?
There's probably like a Sorites paradox where there might be like a cutoff for things that have like very low sentience.
Do clams have agency?
I don't know enough about clams to answer that question.
The answer is probably not. They're like less. They have like less agency than a tree.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe you can eat trees or clams.
Like that makes sense to me. Yeah.
From Colin Stalker with the £2 British. Hi, A-Team. Blitz, you're blurry. I think that's been resolved. From C-Bar, we have $2. Thank you, as always, C-Bar. And then from Larry Beck with the $6.66. Hail the king himself. Damn, y'all, just look at the trees. Joke's on you. I live in a desert. There are no trees.
I can go get my tree. I have one.
Why do you have a tree?
That's a fiddle leaf fig.
Oh, is it a little baby tree in your house?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's amongst my house plants. Yeah.
Right. All right. Well, we have a guest named Dylan. Dylan,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that is my job. Hold on. Let me.
it is your job.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that I have one basic job. How's it going,
You
Dylan?
have one job.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So,
Do you
I
believe in
just-
God?
Sorry, Ian?
Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do believe in God.
Which one?
Okay.
God of the Bible.
Sure. What's your strongest
Yes.
argument or evidence for that God's existence?
Well, I know that sharing my subjective experience, how I came to know him, is not a good point of debate. I know without a doubt that he exists. I know without a doubt that we creator. And
Hold on, just a quick
the-
question. Do you know, which one do you know with more certainty? That God exists or that your mother exists?
God exists.
That's delusional.
Yeah.
I know for a fact. The night that I
What? So, what piece of doubt could you possibly have that your mother doesn't exist that doesn't apply to God?
I know that both exist.
But you're more
Right, but
certain
if you're-
of God's existence. You're more certain of one.
If I can go back, like
Mhm.
equal, I know that they both exist.
Yeah. But why would you rank God's existence as higher than your mother's existence?
Well, 2 years ago, maybe before 2 years ago, I would be with you guys on your side of the argument. I was on your side of the argument for many years.
Look, so just to be clear,
And
Dylan, we're not asking you why you believe in God. We're asking you why you're more certain that God exists than your mother existing.
Because the night that I called out to him, I experienced a miracle, and I was saved. I got healed. So I can speak from that subjective experience. I know, and since that night, I've come to know God and start building this relationship with him. But yeah, it was a miracle the night that I called out to him, and yeah. So I know from my subjective experience what I experienced.
But you've
I
also,
can share
you've also
without a-
experienced your mother,
Yeah.
presumably. I don't want to make any assumptions.
Yeah.
I would imagine you have more
Yes,
subjective experience interacting with your mom than you do interacting with God.
You're talking just about knowing of God exists, not like how much time spent face to face like that. I've seen my mom. Just because
Dylan,
I haven't seen God. Yes.
Can I explain why this seems so crazy to me? So suppose for a moment that
Yes.
I got suppose for a moment that I had some crazy supernatural
Oop.
why am I echoing? Suppose for a moment that I had some crazy
There you go.
Okay, suppose for a moment that I had some crazy supernatural experience. I had some crazy supernatural experience. Like stuff was levitating in my house, and there was I was at like a wake, and the dead guy walked up and said, "Praise be unto God." And like crazy, it was just a nutty day, right? Now, that might give me pretty compelling reason to believe that there is like a supernatural thing, or there's a God, or whatever. But there's a possibility that I was just drugged the night before and it was all just like a crazy dream. But you would have to be, if you wanted to convince me that my experiences with my mother was all just a crazy dream, you would have to convince me that I've been drugged like every single day of my life, which just seems far more unreasonable than saying, oh, you were drugged once. So it just seems like under any set of supernatural miracles that you claim to have experienced, you have a better justification for believing that your interactions with your mother are real than you do for believing that this supernatural experience is real.
I'll just to add on to the point, not just to hold on to it being the experience that I had, but it's been since then, these last 2 years of praying and having answered prayer, and also just the internal changes that I've gone through over these last 2 years. So it's not, maybe I can be honest with you, if the night that I got saved, maybe the next day, if you ask me this question, I would still be, I'm not sure, because even the next day, it took me a while to actually like process what happened the night before, the night that I got healed. So I can't say that it was just the miraculous experience that I can stand for just being it from that point of time, but it's where I am now. With your question that you're asking me, where I am now 2 years later, that I have no doubts that God exists. And so yeah, I don't want to pinpoint my answer to your question from the night that I got healed.
Look, you're not understanding my point. My point is that
Yes.
any experience that you may have had that leads to some sort of supernatural conclusion, you've had more experiences with your mother. And so the amount of evidence that you have that your mother is real should just be overwhelmingly larger than the amount of experience, or the amount of evidence that you have that the supernatural experiences are real, whatever they are, whether it's through prayer or through a miracle or whatever. Like that, just consider this. Do you think that it's logically possible for a human to be alive today that doesn't have a mother?
That doesn't have a mother.
Right.
No.
Okay, you don't think right, you don't think it's logically possible. Now, do you exist? Are you alive today?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that under that reasoning, you don't think it's logically possible for your mother to not exist.
No, I know that my mom exists. I think I don't want to come from a point where I'm putting one above the other. I feel like there's no positive outcome from this question.
So look, there are three options. There are three options in the strength of your belief in something, right? You could either believe in thing A more than thing B, you could believe in thing A less than thing B, or you could believe in thing A equally as thing B. So do you want to revise your statement?
Why does one need to believe in something more than the other when both are
They could be equal. They could be equal. But that's just not what you said. You said that you had more certainty God existed than your mother existed.
Yes, I know for certain that God knows every single thought that I've had. He's known every single
Seems like a red
emotion that I've felt.
That wasn't my question.
Yes, I know, but I mean, just on an intimate level, I know that I've spent time with my mom. I know that she's raised me. I know that she's provided for me. I have lots of memories with my mother, of course. But I know.
Okay, so so let's say that you can believe in something from 0% to 100%. If it's 0%, you don't believe in it at all. If it's 100%, you believe in it with your whole heart. If it's 50%, you're kind of unsure. If it's 99%, you're pretty sure, but still not 100% certain. Where would you put your belief at for your mother existing, and where would you put your belief at for God existing?
They both at 100.
Okay, that's an astounding claim. Ian, do you want to engage with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can. That's what I was
claiming
trying to get
100%
at.
certainty that both his mother and that God exists.
Yeah, that just sounds like an incredible claim. Wow, is it logically possible?
But that's the thing. Like,
Is it logically possible that you hallucinated your experience? Is that logically possible?
No.
What would the
it's
contradiction
not, because
entailed
as I
be?
said,
if it's not logically possible? Like, what kind of contradiction would result from you having hallucinated that?
No, it's physical pain, and it's not an hallucination.
But you can hallucinate physical pain.
Well, I don't even want to. It's not even about that night. It's as I said, this 2 years of walking.
Right. The question is, what's the contradiction in the entire 2 years being a hallucination? What's the logical contradiction? Why is that impossible?
The probability of it being a contradiction of it being hallucination is zero to null, actually. So
why?
How did you figure that?
As I said, from subjective, just because I don't want to say like, oh, I've changed, and I don't want to mention just the internal changes and the changes in my life.
Well, yeah, it also wouldn't be relevant, right? Like, something can totally turn your life around. It doesn't mean it's true. Like, if I believe in like the fairy that's going to explode me if I ever like slack off and stop working hard, and that causes me to just like work hard every single day of my life, I might have turned my life around, but that isn't evidence that the fairy who's going to explode me if I don't work hard actually exists.
It's not about working hard.
Okay, that wasn't the point of the analogy. That wasn't the point of the analogy.
I understand. I know where it's coming from. Like, change your life, work hard, achieve success. I know that
wasn't the point of the analogy.
Well, no. The point of the analogy is that just because something improves your life doesn't mean it's true.
It's, my relationship with God has been based on also communication and talking with Him, and that's why I don't want to share too much subjective experience. When I can try and explain my subjective experience, but I feel it's not going to bear much fruit in any conversation that we can have. And I know it might sound shocking to you guys. Trust me. 2 years ago, I was on your guys' end.
Wait, Dylan, if the only way to get to know God, maybe we can circumvent the conversation. If the only way to get to know God is through a subjective experience, why wouldn't God give everyone a subjective experience?
That was not something that I've stated now, but can I share something with you?
Well, is there, because it seems like you have no evidence for it other than your personal experience. So if the only evidence for God is personal experience, why wouldn't you just give a personal experience to everyone?
It's written, knock and the door will be open. Seek and you will find.
I've seeked and I didn't find.
The night that I called out to Him, I started with the question. I said, God, if you're real, heal me now.
Yeah, well, I seeked and I didn't find. I've prayed with no response. I've done all sorts of things with no answer.
I hear you, but it's also the posture of our heart. Like, did you really ask God, the God of the Most High?
You didn't ask high enough or hard enough, Ian.
Yeah. It's always the asker's fault. It's always the fault of the person asking.
I don't know, Ian, what you've gone through. I don't know what you've experienced. I don't know.
Why would I need to experience anything? Why would I have needed to go through anything? Why wouldn't God respond? If I pray and ask, hey, God, are you real? Why wouldn't He respond?
It's not just a matter of God, are you there? He's going to... I can't tell you, Ian, the way God works. I can't tell you how He answers. I can't tell you when He will answer. But I do know that if a person finds a sincere point in their life where they can, even by themselves, and they can just ask God the simple prayer, just, God, if you are real, show me the truth.
Yeah, I've already done that, and I got no response.
Of the universe.
Yeah, I did that with no response.
I can't tell you, Ian, what, I can't share or know the condition of because I can't give you an answer to what you've just shared with me. But were you, if you don't mind, Ian, were you raised Catholic, or anyone in your family a Christian?
Well, yeah, I was raised Christian.
Yes. Is your family members still Christian? Your parents, or?
Yeah, like varying degrees, yeah.
Okay. You don't mind I ask, are they Catholic?
The church we attended was an evangelical church.
Okay. And
That's why, Ian, you weren't praying the right way.
Yeah, exactly.
You had to be Catholic, not evangelical.
It's not about denomination. I was just curious to know about that, Ian, because I know you have had some knowledge about the Bible. I've watched a few of your old other debates, so that's, sorry to get off topic. I was just curious to know about that. But yes, Ian,
So,
I know you say you prayed that, you've done that, but I want you to know, like, if you seek, you will find. If you knock, the door will be open.
And I've already told you I've done all those things and didn't
this
find.
is getting dangerously close to preaching.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to do that. I apologize.
I appreciate that.
But yeah, I wanted to. There was something that I wanted to speak about, which is a hard concept to grasp, and it's even something I couldn't grasp before knowing the Lord. But the word eternal, without a beginning, without an end, and that God is eternal.
Prove it.
And it's difficult. It's difficult to.
Why would I say you have? Wait, so you have zero? Why would you say it if you have zero proof for it?
If something's the truth, and just because it's rejected doesn't mean that it's not.
You've given zero evidence for it. What is your evidence that God's eternal?
You know, when you mentioned to the previous speaker, you said it was interesting the way you used your wording. You asked, why can't a timeless universe create a universe where there's time, where time begins? And I was just thinking, why that word timeless? It's eternal.
Wait, I don't really.
No, these are different things. Timeless and eternal are very distinct things.
Yeah.
One is something that doesn't have time at all. The other is something that has time that extends in both temporal directions forever, infinitely.
Yes. So, can you say the second point again?
Yes, eternal.
Did you say eternal? Yes.
Something is eternal. Typically, is understood to mean that there is. That it is something that experiences time, but it has an infinite amount in one or both directions.
How can you experience time in an eternal place? How can you experience time? Know that
like that?
Everything where everything will remain eternally. There will be no decay. There will be no disruption of energy loss or no, I was just it's interesting. I'm just to hear your perspective on eternal, and also learning just about timeless. But yeah, I can't give you evidence, but you know.
So Dylan,
I moved on. That's
okay.
That'll do for me. I'm fine.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Yeah.
All right, we have a guest named Jay. Oh, we have a super chat from Miko Makapo with the £5 I was the opposite to Ian. I prayed with a few different religions and got an answer to them all. Made me think, quote, perhaps it's me. Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
Might be a brain thing. All right, Jay, we have a welcome up.
G'day. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. We're getting all of the Aussies today.
Oh, okay, awesome. I just wanted to let you know before we start that Ian, your microphone is a little quiet.
How about
I did let them know. It sounds better.
Awesome. Okay, so I've not believed in God for a while, but I do have a question that I wanted to ask. Normally, I do not go into these sorts of, I guess, community hubs or speaks, but I'm just curious. So I don't believe in the aspect of God in the metaphysical sense that, he's, the God, the Son, the Holy Spirit, blah, 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 blah. Do you believe that there was a Jesus of Nazareth?
Yeah.
In history.
Yeah, that seems to be what the evidence indicates.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. And in that case, where do you think? Oh God, how am I going to phrase this without sounding like a weirdo? I guess there's no such thing as where do you think the convergence happens where people, I guess, get the disconnect between God, the metaphysical being, and the historical context of that?
Are you asking like how Jesus became like holy?
I'm guessing where down the line the conversions happen where he became not just a real person, but like, I guess, an icon of divinity.
Sure, yeah.
So,
I mean, this is going to be more of like a historical question, like a church history question, which I'm not. Neither me nor Blitz are particularly well read up on this field. Okay. But what I do know is that it was like very popular at the time. Like apocalypticism was a very popular literary theme at the time. So when you go around saying like the world is about to end, you got to believe in this guy, it tends to spread like pretty quickly. These sorts of things morph, they merge.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like my understanding of it. But there's definitely way more. I'm not like a church history person, so I probably wouldn't be able to give you a good answer.
I mean, suffice it to say, it's suffice to say this is the kind of thing that's happened before, right? Think of the guy who ran Jonestown, right? This is like 50 years ago or 40 years ago.
Jonestown?
No, the Jonestown where everybody drank Kool-Aid and then committed ritual.
Yeah. Sorry, the whole thing. Sorry,
yeah.
I get them confused sometimes. Sorry.
Yeah. The two different Jonestowns. That guy. I mean, that guy.
Talk. Yeah.
I mean, that guy thought that, or that guy convinced a bunch of people that he was, some sort of divine messenger or something like this, and that they all needed to do this for whatever reason. And so, he got 1,000 people. He convinced 1,000 people, right? So it happens.
Yeah, it's crazy how that happens. I used to be, I was raised extremely strictly Catholic. That is no longer the case, clearly. But yeah, I come from a background of being eclectically theologian. I like to study all of the world religions, maybe, and I like to make educational focus points from here or there. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I just wanted to see how you guys were so if you guys were accepting of the fact that Jesus was a man, or was someone statistically speaking back then, where do you think personally for you we go from the believable to the non-believable?
Just the supernatural.
When the supernatural is involved. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. What exact part?
Any of it? Any of the supernatural stuff? Like rising from the dead, raising another guy from the dead, multiplying fish, walking on water, any of this stuff?
Okay.
Cursing a fig tree because it wasn't in season? I don't think that happened.
Yeah.
But look, Jay, all things considered, we are looking to talk to people who do believe in God. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of them waiting in the queue. Okay, so we should let you go.
Yep.
Okay. No problem. I just want to thank you for your time, and thank you for accepting that.
Yeah,
of course. Thanks for being here, Jay.
Bro, the guy who literally ran said that I chickened out. What? The guy who crashed. The ChatGPT guy who crashed out is in the comments.
Funny.
Wow, you ran. Did we have the same debate? I asked. I didn't even say you're using ChatGPT. I was like, are you using ChatGPT? Your conversational pattern is a bit weird. It's a bit artificial intelligence and then you told a bunch of lies and then ran. What? What a guy.
What a wild world we live in.
Yeah.
Buds.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can. Yeah, how's it
Hi,
going?
right. So, good yourself.
Doing well.
Doing okay.
Good. So, just quickly, I'll let you know I'm not a Christian or anything like that. But I just want to first ask: can you define God?
Yeah,
in your statement,
yeah, a mind that created the universe.
created the universe. Okay. And can you also define real?
Just like
What do you mean
existence,
by
like
real?
has existence.
Okay, so the universe exists. That's one thing which because obviously you're saying that God is the creator of the universe. So the universe exists. We can see the universe around us. We're in the universe.
But why should I think a mind
Yeah.
created it?
Why do you think creation is like? I don't think that we ever created anything. I think that we just are. I think the whole universe just is.
Okay,
And I think
then welcome to atheism, I guess.
No, because the thing is about its definitions of God. So if you take a Christian perspective of God, then obviously you're looking at like Jehovah, Jesus. You understand? If you look at a Hindu or Buddhist
I
perspective
already gave you the
God,
definition,
you
right?
look at-
A mind that created the universe. What our claim
if you-
is that there isn't an entity who matches the description of being a mind and creating the universe. That this thing doesn't exist.
What if you're that entity?
I'm not. I didn't create the universe.
How do you? How naive of you to say because you're here right now. You create.
Hello? This dude's like,
Moving on.
wow, that dude, the trash took itself out. Cool.
Yash, can you hear us all right?
Yash?
I'm hearing you. Hello.
Yeah. How's it going?
How's it going?
I'm good. Thank you for adding me.
Yeah.
So, I'm Hindu. I'm from India.
Based?
Do you, what's your concept of the Brahman?
Actually, Brahman is a caste. So, I will talk about the religion, about God.
But like the oneness that you believe in, and because I thought the Brahman was like the oneness in Hindu, or yeah, I thought it was the oneness in Hinduism.
It's have a sort of like
Brahma.
But
Brahma. Yeah.
Brahma. That's
Fuck!
what
I don't know
he's
why.
referring to, yeah.
Gosh, no, I'm confused. That's my bad. Yeah.
So, in India, the concept of the God is totally different. So,
Okay, can you
here,
elaborate on it for us?
So here, there is a phrase that Aham Brahmasmi means we are the gods.
Did we
Like
create the universe?
Yeah, you yourself created the universe. If you have a pen, you can draw something for me, so you can totally understand.
Sure.
So we have two gates, like believing and knowing, right?
Sure.
And it's like a 0 and 1. If you are believing, you are entering in that 0 gate, and when you are knowing, you are 1, means you are on and off, like
Well,
that. So
hold on,
sort of thing.
because knowing is a type of believing.
No, believing is something like blind
No.
that have no base. Like
No, you might be thinking of faith,
yeah,
but belief is just knowing is just a type of believing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but but it is like a smaller subset of that.
Sure. I would agree that knowing is a subset of believing, but all knowledge requires a belief.
So I have the second circle. If we want to be a god, we have to complete the 3 things in the circle. So first thing is the medium. Anything, solid, liquid, gas, plasma, anything.
Wait, what's the evidence that any of this is true, though?
Like we are made up of 5 elements, right?
I think he's currently giving us his definition of God, or his understanding of
the
Brahma.
So first is the medium, like we are made up of 5 elements, right?
5?
No.
We're made up of lots of elements, way more.
Probably like 50.
No, like elements in the sense of like fire, like air, water, soil, like earth, like those kind of things.
What? No, I don't know.
Like I'm explaining the concept of God in my area, so you can understand better.
Well, what you said is false is the problem, right? Like we're not made up of like fire.
There's no fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I will first explain, then I will yeah. So in the circle, there is a medium, consciousness, and science, right?
A
So
medium, consciousness, and science?
science, yeah. If we
I don't.
we are containing these three, we have a hold on these three things. We are the gods.
Wait, so just to be clear, my understanding is that in traditional Hindu theology, Brahma was like a creator being that's not identical to the people, to like you and me.
Yeah.
So we're interested in whether or not Brahma exists, right?
I will not say that, because it is without form. God is like without form. We cannot form it. I will give you the example. If you don't know anything about, if you are in so many bad mess, what will you ask? You will ask your inner self to what to do, like.
Sure, but that doesn't seem relevant.
Yeah, what's the evidence that... Wait, do you think a mind created the universe?
Look, when you were born, you created the universe, and you will when you will die, you will end the universe.
Do I exist in the universe?
Actually, you are creating the universe by just take a birth on take a birth. After that, you are expanding your consciousness. You are taking the inputs and giving the outputs. Will change the shape of the world.
Do you think this answers my question?
What is the question?
Yeah, do I exist in the universe?
For you, or for another being that they are like seeing you, feeling you. For them, you are in existence. But
do you think that answers my question?
Absolutely, because
what do you think the question was?
Like, you are existing in universe or not?
Yeah. So either yes, I do exist in the universe. No, I do not exist in the universe.
Yes, you are existing in the universe.
But so I created myself?
Yes.
That's an ontological circle. So in order to create something, you need to exist. But if the universe didn't exist because I haven't created it yet, then I wouldn't exist. So then it seems like this worldview is self-defeating because it has an ontological circle.
Like
I would have had to create myself, but if I haven't existed yet, then I wouldn't exist. So I couldn't create myself because I didn't exist yet.
So basically, let's say Dr. Blitz is a one being and you are one being, right?
Sure.
Well, when you were born, through that you are the part of something. You are the part of consciousness, the 5 elements of your mother, parents. Do you understand the part of element or not?
Well, wait, this just doesn't address the point. Let's stay on the point. Do you agree that something needs to exist in order for it to create?
It is like a continuous. The two things are running in parallel things. The life and death.
Do you think that this is an answer to my question?
Yes, you are existing in the universe. What can I say?
What do you think the question was?
The question is, you are existing in the universe or not?
No, the question is, does something need to exist in order to create?
No.
Oh, well, I take that as a reductio. So we can have nothing create something. You think something can come from nothing?
So when 3 things I tell you earlier, the combination of that that is the core concept of the God. If anything is missing, there is no consciousness without matter or something like that. So these 3 things are compulsory for to being a God, or to create something. To create something.
If something can come from nothing, why don't bicycles just pop into existence?
So nothing. We will do it in mathematical way. Okay. So what is the origin of numbers?
I want an answer to my question. Why don't bicycles pop into existence if something can come from nothing?
So my philosophy is the maths and the science is the most conscious thing in the world, right? So we can explain the God with the help of the science and mathematics.
Do you think that this is an answer to my question?
I answered you like you have.
What do you think the
you
question
don't,
is?
You don't need existence to create something.
No, you're like 10 steps behind. Okay, why don't, if something can come from nothing, why don't bicycles just pop into existence?
Like it is a loop thing.
It's a what?
Loop. It is a loop, endless loop.
It's a, I don't understand the word. It's like a loop. It's what?
Yeah. We can say that the circle is not existing in the universe. Like there is no perfect shape like circle.
You were just not engaging with the point. If something can come from nothing, why don't bicycles just pop into existence? Telling me that circles don't exist in reality, that's great. That's awesome. That doesn't tell me why bicycles don't just pop into reality if something can come from nothing.
What is bicycle made up of?
Atoms.
Yeah, right. And who created atom?
This is just a dodge. Why don't bicycles pop into existence on your worldview if something can come from nothing?
A bicycle.
Why wouldn't we see like random objects pop into existence out of nothing?
So, like you are one entity, you are made up of atom, right?
This guy is like just straight up not answering.
So
you keep on trying to like dodge to my worldview, but I'm asking you about your worldview. In your worldview, why don't things just randomly pop into existence?
Things doesn't pop like randomly, because we know that universe is not a random thing. You know that famous equation about e raised to power pi r plus 1 is equal to 0.
Sure. But this
You
like
know that,
this just
right?
doesn't. Okay, wait. So you're saying bicycles don't pop into existence because of the laws of physics?
We can.
Is that the answer?
Just leave that question and ask me something about you don't.
I'm not going to leave the question. I'm going to ask till I get an answer. Is your answer to why don't bicycles pop into existence? Is that just because of the laws of physics?
Bicycles are made up of atoms, right?
Yeah.
And who assembled that bicycles?
The bicycle manufacturer. But are you saying that they don't just pop into existence out of nothing because of the laws of physics? Or what's your answer to that?
So it is a continuous loop that, like, you are a bicycle man, you are made up of atoms, your atoms is working on another atoms.
But why don't atoms just pop into existence randomly?
Like, it is a combination of the three things I told you before: consciousness, science, and the matter.
But why don't atoms just pop into existence if something can come from nothing?
What is nothing? You can say, let's say, what is nothing? What is word nothing mean?
Just the absence of a thing.
Absence of the thing.
Yeah, absence of like a collection of properties.
Yes, we can we can denote absence of the thing like zero, right?
I guess, in some sense.
Guess means you can answer.
I suppose, right? It's a weird question. But I'm also okay. No, I need an answer to the question, or you're getting kicked. Why don't atoms just pop into existence? Stop deflecting.
Will you elaborate your question, please? I don't understand.
I'm moving on to the next one. Fuck that guy.
Stark, how's it going?
Stark, how's it going?
By the way, if you guys are watching for the first time, make sure to like the live, subscribe to the live, ring the bell, all of these cool things. Also, if you want to support the live, the best way to do it is through YouTube Super Chats or TikTok Live Gifts. Those are the best ways to support the live if you want to.
Hey, Stark, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I was
How are
talking
you?
to Stark.
What the fuck?
Howdy. How's it going?
Mr. Ian and Dr. Blitz, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good, sir. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. How
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what religion are you?
I am
Oh, there's an enormous delay.
Yeah, your signal is not good.
Yeah, I apologize.
Can you? It's kind of like an unworkable delay.
Let's see
So
if I
maybe you
can,
could get it fixed, and then we
let's see if I can
could.
do anything to fix.
Yeah, please, and then come back. We'll have you right back up. There's like another person. There's this Jeff person who we've been skipping over. His picture doesn't show up, but here he is. Jeff, how's it going?
Jeff?
Jeff, are you there? Jeff Mack? We can't hear you. Jeff, you might need to refresh your page and select like a good audio. Stark, are you there? Stark?
Stark? That looks like a no. Looks like a no.
Okay.
All right. Donovan?
Hey, Donovan, how's it going? Are you there, Donovan?
He looks very intense.
We can't hear you, Donovan. Your mic settings also are messed up. Donovan, we can't hear you. You might need to refresh as well. This is so tragic.
Who the...
What?
Somebody's sending me Cash App requests.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are?
That's it's interesting because when I started streaming, people would like often like Cash App request me, but then they stopped doing it for some reason.
Somebody said they requested me money for Stark. Decline payment.
Yeah, who the fuck do you think you are?
All right, let's bring up Misty.
Misty, how's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going? How old are you?
Sorry, I have pretty bad phone anxiety and just, my heart's like beating a million.
You're
miles a
fine.
minute.
You're
It's okay.
fine.
You'll do great. We believe in you. Do you believe in God?
Thanks. Yes, but I don't believe God like started the universe. I think gods have been created afterwards. And I think yeah.
Are they like made of atoms or?
Aren't atoms like essentially just energy?
No.
No.
No, unfortunately, no. But I mean, the way that you view the gods that were created afterwards, after the universe already existed, would they be like would they be distinguishable in some way from like a super powerful alien?
I guess not. No.
Well, because I'm willing to grant the possible existence of super powerful aliens.
Mm-hmm.
I just think like the probability of, having something come from far away seems not very high chance. Like, I think we have this energy that sort of flows through us and through each other that's around us, that exists around us, and I think our gods are sort of what we create them to be.
I mean, in some sense, you're right. Like, depending on how you define it, like, absolutely, people can kind of like create ideas and then, structure their lives around those ideas. Like, absolutely. But I don't know. I guess the question of interest here is whether there is some being, some mind that created the universe. And it seems like you don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
So this just might not be the conversation that you or I or Ian are interested in.
Yeah.
Just because, it's just not the topic.
Yeah, you could move on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for being here, Misty.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Of course.
All right.
Gooner's been waiting for a long time.
Wait, but we have other people who have been waiting. Should we go in the reverse order or?
Wait.
We have Stark.
Oh, if Stark's back, yeah, we should bring Stark back.
Hey, Stark,
but then
how's
I think
it going?
Gooner's next.
Because we also have Donovan and the Jeff person.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well, let's start with Stark.
Yeah. We can't hear you.
Oh, hello. I haven't said anything. Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
How long's the delay? Tell me
hear
when you
me?
hear this.
Perfect. I switched over to Chrome. I thought that might work a little bit
That'll
better.
do it.
Sure. Yeah. Do you believe in God?
Yeah. I was using Internet Explorer the first
Oh
time.
no.
Yeah. Which one? Which God do you believe in?
Yeah. What?
Oh no, there's
I
still an
believe in the
insufferable delay.
multi-pantheon of the. I'm sorry. If this won't work, I will try one more way. But go ahead and move on.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I think Donovan's here.
We'll try to make it work. Donovan, how's it going?
Hello, is this working?
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Oh my gosh. Okay, hey guys.
Howdy, Donovan. Are you perhaps going to make me sleep with the fishes?
I hope not.
Okay. Okay, because I had that fear when I saw your profile, when I saw your picture, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I fear for my safety, but I think we're cool. Right, so do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Which one?
I'm not sure, but like I feel like they're all these religions are kind of pointing to the same thing. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
They have very different metaphysics, you know? For example, Christianity says God is triune. It's the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And then, you know, Islam says there is one God and he's not to be associated with any human at all.
Right. Yeah, like I think those two extremes, they are there's like a Venn diagram and then there's like a more real God, so to speak, in there somewhere. If that makes sense.
What are the properties of this more real God?
Well, like now, right now is one of the properties. Like someone's believing in him, so
But what do they believe in? What are the properties of the thing that they believe in?
Well, at least they believe in God. Like they can say that. So.
But
They
what
have
are they
some
believing in? What's the content of the belief?
Good, I guess.
Thoughts?
Sorry.
Blitz, you're like Blitz, your Wi-Fi is like
That's bad on. I'm sorry.
your Wi-Fi like drove off of a cliff. Okay. Do you think God is a mind?
I think since we have a mind and we connect to him via that, then yes. Like
So God has thoughts,
it's just you could say God just permeates everything.
but does he have thoughts? Is he like a thinking being? Is he like a mind?
Well, like you could say it's subconscious, probably. Like I can't. Maybe I say I can't think what God is thinking or something like that. So like it's just I don't know what you're thinking, so I don't know what he's thinking, so to speak.
I'm not asking you if you know what God's thoughts are. I'm just asking you if God is a mind.
He is also a mind.
Sure. What's the evidence that and you think God created the universe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bluntly.
What's the evidence?
Just being in this now, I guess. Like that's a little hard to say because like I guess my brain is compiling the room I'm in right now. Like I'm getting light sent into here and then it's being structured.
The fact that your brain is compiling the now, do you think that that's evidence for God's existence, or do you think that that's like proof of God's existence?
It's just a property. Like this is what God does as well.
Do you think that that answers my question?
I hope.
What do you think the question is?
Does this anyway? I'm kind of stuck right there.
The question is, so you're saying that God exists because of the nowness, like you see like the room like compiling around you or whatever, you know, you exist in the now. The fact that you exist in the now, do you feel like that definitively proves God's existence, or do you think it's just evidence in favor of God's existence?
It is just evidence, like it's just one piece.
Okay, sure. So then what you're saying is that it's expected that you would be in the now, that you would experience like a nowness if God existed, but you wouldn't experience a nowness if God didn't exist. You know, that's what evidence is. So
Okay,
why
yeah.
would you not experience a nowness if God didn't exist?
I just wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Why?
Like, there would just well, like, I guess I'd be dead.
Why?
To be just like there's no universe where that I can like conceive of where this does not, where he doesn't exist. I guess like he's like stuck in my list of things I know.
Why?
So, like,
what makes him known? Like what justifies your belief in him?
it's I guess the way things interact with each other. Like there's like a sort of like a tailwind that's kind of like directing me to believe in him, just based on like how things interact with each other.
Can you give me an example?
Okay, you guys were talking about a river, right?
I don't remember talking about a river.
When?
Okay, sorry. So you can just imagine a river. Was the river created, or you know what I mean? So,
I don't
like,
think so. It depends how you define created, but I don't think so.
But, like,
but also the river doesn't exist, right?
exactly, right. But we can like identify this pattern now of a river, and so the top of the river, it's getting fed water, and at the bottom it loses it, and then eventually those rivers going to change. So like after some period of time, the river can just be gone.
What?
Like the erosion, water's drying up, water's
What?
moving around.
The fuck? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sorry. So like the river right now exists, and it's getting fed water, and it's doing the river thing. The water's going down.
Okay.
After some amount of time, the river can just disappear because of erosion, water's drying up and stuff.
Okay.
But the river itself is almost a metaphor of what was happening during that time frame.
Which time frame?
When it was there. When it was being fed water.
What?
I mean,
so it's like it doesn't really exist, but it's being created, and it's creating it like this
What?
is a little sorry. We can move on to
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
I don't think
none
that rivers are
whatsoever.
metaphors.
Yeah, like
a river is a thing. It's a channel of water. It's a channel through which water is flowing, right?
yes.
And we call it a river if it's big enough. So if there's no water there, it's not a river. If the water dries up, it stops being a river. It just becomes like a canal or something, or like a channel. If it moves, then the river moves.
Yeah, and then I guess I'm a little bit dried up there, so I guess I have another topic.
That's good. That's slick.
I'll just try to wrap this up. Okay, so I guess when a baby's born, it has like a blank slate. You can think of it as a canvas. It's white, and then as it learns things, it sort of divides this canvas up. It starts painting pieces onto the canvas.
Why is this evidence for God's existence? What? Like this has nothing to do with God. None of this has anything to do with God.
Right. Like I'm describing a sort of way to like God is sort of undescribable in my understanding. There's like a etherealness to it, and even that is not. It's like what is it? It's a Chinese
If God
word.
is undescribable, then there isn't possibly evidence for this thing. It isn't possible for there to be evidence for a hypothesis that is undescribable. Like saying that God is indescribable is self-defeating.
Well, like it's pointing to it. Like I sort of see these like you can't describe it, you can, as like it fits in this absolute value. So it is pointing to something, like inevitably. So,
but it's undescribable, so that means nothing can be evidence for it. You need like a firm hypothesis in order for there to be evidence for something.
all right, so I can describe something here. So like say you have a big piece of paper and you cover the floor, and then you get a pencil and you start like rubbing against it, and then eventually maybe you'll find a quarter and you'll see like the imprint of it as you're rubbing the pencil. And that's not the quarter, but you know it's there now. Like you get like a ethereal view of the quarter.
What the
and if you take off the paper, you will see it.
It's just a drawing of a quarter.
Right, but like it's a way to see it without being able to actually see it. You can't see the quarter, but you can see like that it's there.
Yeah, because you're seeing a drawing of something.
Right. And so like there's a sort of like as you learn things, as you fill this canvas up, you can kind of like get a sense for God in a way, because like all these things will push against it like gently. More people will help.
Well, I appreciate you coming on up. I can't do it. It's too much.
Yeah, I wasn't picking up any of that.
It's too much. I have no fucking idea. I don't even know. I have no clue. I don't know why.
All right, we have
it's like
Stark to bring up.
It's like Gibberator. It's like Gibberator Sunday today for whatever reason. How's it going, Stark?
Oh, we have some super chats. Super chats too. ZM with the $5. Ian, I love the art flower item behind you. So colorful, very cool looking. I think that's referring to is it a statue of like a little dragon thing?
Oh wait, with the art flower. Oh no, it's the Lego flower set.
Okay, yeah, nice. And then Gabriel Aponte with the $2 says, Dr. Blitz, who's your favorite commander in MTG? Two options. Animar, Soul of Elements, or Grothama, Big Worm Dude. I don't remember what the full title is, but yeah, those two. Because I'm a nerd's nerd. Anyway, we have Stark. Stark, you're finally back.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yeah.
We can hear you. The question is whether there's a delay.
We'll find out. I apologize. I was using my computer. I switched up to my Android, so hopefully this will be better.
Yeah, sounds like it might be. So you said that you were a Celtic druid.
Awesome. Druid paganism. Paganism is the umbrella term. Druid is my specific style of paganism. Yes.
Yeah. What's the evidence that we're? So first, do you think a mind created the universe?
Let's go over my beliefs. Let's make it very clear. I believe in a polytheistic pantheon, so multiple gods. None of them are all powerful, and none of them are initially all good or evil. They are just what they are. You can look into specific ones. I specifically work with the Morrigan, the goddess of war, and the Great Queen of Ireland, as well as she's a shapeshifter and the goddess of the land.
Yeah. What's the evidence for any of this?
Okay.
Well, he
Jeff
left.
Mack. Bring up Jeff, and then I think we go to Gunnar is next. Jeff Mack, how's it going?
Jeff, are you there? That was like a
Jeffocles.
It was like a Seinfeld skit. Okay, Jeff, we still can't hear you. Your mic audio is it's not conducive. All right,
let's talk to Gunnar.
Yeah, how's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, how old are you?
Welcome.
I'm 18.
Yeah, what religion?
So I'm a Christian.
Gotcha. What's your strongest argument or evidence for God's existence?
Well, I think it's mainly just how like illogical atheism, and especially like completely secular, like no spiritual belief at all is. Like that just seems super illogical to me.
Yeah, what about it?
How do you figure?
So like if there's no like God, I feel like the consciousness that we have would just be all of our past actions and like basically the way everything affects us and just the way that affects our neurons. And I think that if like we're just atoms and we don't have a free will or consciousness, then that's kind of the same reason that atheists would argue against Christianity with predetermination or whatever.
Well, so first of all, I don't know, I have no idea what that like last thing about predetermination is. I don't think, we haven't made that claim yet, but in terms of, so what would be different between, like what specifically in our consciousness could we not explain under atheism?
Well, I don't think it's unexplainable. I think it's just more that if it is truly just neurons doing this, then we don't really have any free will. It's kind of just the way the universe affects us all, and it's all just gonna happen that way because there's no different and I think that makes it like if you blame somebody for doing something wrong, then you're just blaming a few elements for or like a set of atoms for just existing the way they do.
Define free will?
Yeah.
Free will, I think, is a consciousness that like God gave us, I guess.
Well, if your definition of free will is a consciousness that God gave us, then yeah, obviously we don't believe in that. We don't believe that we don't believe that God gave us a consciousness. So sure, right? Like if you're reductio, if you're saying like atheism is absurd because in atheism there's no God that gave us a consciousness, I mean like that's trivial, but I don't see why that's absurd.
Well, I think it's just like if you blame somebody as an atheist who is completely secular and doesn't believe in any spiritualism at all, then you're kind of just like blaming the way that predetermined things are affecting them and not who they actually are as a person. I guess a consciousness is more like
that's the point, right? I mean, like just look at this from a pragmatic point of view. If we live in a society, and let's say that there is a society of robots, that society of robots, in that society of robots, it would still make sense to take the robots who have like glitches and then end up, like burning down factories. It would still make sense to put those robots in a place where they can't cause more harm, even if they're all robots.
Yeah. Or like if you want to get ideal with it, you could put them in a place where they'll get reprogrammed such that they can end up not doing that thing, such that they can be a productive member of society. So I think that this belief leads to like a more just system of like rehabilitation rather than this idea that what this person really needs is to be like punished severely.
If only we actually had that with people, but
based in prison abolition, pilled.
Yeah, I think prison is disgusting and ruins people more than fixes them.
Yeah, I agree.
But anyways, I think that like I think that God gave everybody like their own consciousness, I guess. Like everybody's a person because of the way they choose to live and the consciousness, I guess the spirit they have, I should say. Because that's like
but what's the evidence?
Like I think
of that?
people have spirits.
What proves that?
Just basically it would be really, really depressing if it was the other way around. Like if there was no spirits and if like we truly just decided to do all this stuff because of illogical blaming people.
Well, you know what? Reading about like the Holocaust makes me sad, but the fact that these like truths about reality make me sad is no evidence that they didn't happen.
Right, but I think that there needs to be a lot of societal change then to make like if that is the case. I don't know. Hold on. Let me think for a second. Yeah, I guess like just I think that it's illogical because a lot of atheists do blame people for other stuff, which is hypocritical.
Well, no, it's not. They did the action. They did it. It stemmed from their brain. Their brain did the action. So you can blame them because it's the state of their brain that's responsible for the action.
But their brain was destined to do that action if they have no spirit, right?
Yeah. And it still did it, yeah.
All right, I guess that. But would like punishing them for it be ridiculous?
No, it would be pragmatic, right? Like specifically rehabilitating them is pragmatic because, the state of their brain is what caused them to do these bad things. So if you take them into like a facility where the state of their brain can be changed such that they can feel remorse for those things, such that they can be, they can break out of their bad habits that led them to doing these things in the first place, such that they can get a productive mindset, then you can take this person, you can give them like the therapy that they need to modify their brain such that it doesn't do these actions anymore.
Yeah, that's actually smart. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you have anything else?
No, have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, thanks for being here. So Shannon has asked to be pushed back in the line until they're ready. So I think the next person in the queue is Ben Bedaro. Do we have any? I don't think anybody else was before them, right? Oh, Bo just got here. Bo's been waiting. I think Bo's been waiting the longest.
Oh, actually letting us talk. I'm going to go and talk to somebody.
Bo.
There he is.
Bo, how's it
Hello.
going?
Bo.
Oh, 2 seconds,
Howdy.
matey. I'm just going back to my little cabin.
Yes, go
Can
back
you
to
hear
your
us?
cabin. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just away then. Just a minute. So, time. Where did you leave the topic?
Oop. Hello?
Where did you end up leaving the topic?
You guys
I've had
are.
my phone down.
It's a. Wait, sorry. Your Wi-Fi is like kind of bad.
It checks out. Bo's in the middle of
Is
the
that
woods, it
better?
looks like.
Yeah, you might want to turn your video off.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear
Can I do
you,
that?
but you're.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Yeah,
Is that better?
I think so.
Hopefully.
You might want to turn your
Hopefully.
video off, though.
I have turned the video off. I've
Oh,
turned the camera off.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, that's perfect. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. What religion are you?
I'm not exactly religious. I'm like agnostic, if I was to say I was anything, but I have like done my own independent research into religions and philosophies and things like that. Where exactly did you leave the topic?
Well, I don't know. Like, it's kind of a weird place, right? Because I'm not really sure. I mean, the people that we more so want to debate with are people who like actually believe in something.
Well, I do believe in a God. Like I've put that in the comments that I am like I do. I would say I'm agnostic.
Well, then you're not agnostic.
I do believe in a creation, but I do not know that what that creationist like aspect is. Like I don't believe that I can formulate what God is. I believe that humans have got the ability to kind of like guess and have good answers towards what it might be or what it might not be, but we're limited with the aspect of being human. Where consciousness is only able to fathom what is in our reality. Let's say it's like trying to, like you said earlier, like it's like trying to imagine a circled square. It's something, it's like, you know, it's something that can't exist if it's outside of our imagination. If it's outside of our reality, sorry, it's outside of our imagination. We're limited. We're confined with the reality that we're in.
Okay. Wait. So, are you saying that God is just like incomprehensible?
Kind of, yeah. Well, as I say, I think that we've got the ability to have like best guesses. So I know that if I put my hand in fire, it'll burn us. So like we've got things that are like physically common sense, but we've also got things that are maybe not physically.
Do you think a
common sense, just
mind
common
created the
sense in general.
universe?
Well, as a human,
If ye could change your fate, would ye?
The magic exists in itself. The fact that we're able to even have this conversation to me is miraculous in itself.
You're white. I'm sorry. You just have like the worst signal I think I've ever heard in my entire life. Wait, I'm so sorry. Not to be a hater. Your Wi-Fi is like bad. You sound like a robot.
Dude sounds like T-Pain's about to drop the latest hit. I think.
Yeah, it's just not. I don't think.
It's like I can't even hear your explanation.
I just heard sorry. I think that was the sorry.
God, someone in the comments section said Gibberator from Gibraltar.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty funny.
All right, I think we got to move on.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bruce. Another time.
Or no, that's Bo.
Oh, sorry, Bo. Not Bruce. Sorry, Bo.
Yeah.
Ben, you're up next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So, thank you for being so patient. Do you believe
Yeah,
in
no
God?
problem. So I'm an atheist. I'm mainly here to talk about the pi equals 3 argument I've heard both of you running.
Oh, you leave a
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you
I have a
leave
belief. I have an argument.
timestamps
I
on
think
my
I can convince
video.
you.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you leaving timestamps on the video.
Yeah. So I have a bit of a physics background from undergrad, so wanted to talk about just here. I did a lab as an undergrad where we measured right triangles and used chi-squared tests to determine whether or not they comported with the Pythagorean theorem.
Sure.
It's basically the same approach I used on a post I put in Discord last night in mathematics, where you have a section, 1 Kings 7 in the Bible, where it talks about a circular object where a diameter is 10, a circumference is 3. And the question is, if you have a measurement uncertainty of 0.5 cubits, is that consistent with a circle where there is a perfect value of pi? And I get a p-value of 0.39, which says there's a 39% chance that the discrepancies in the numbers are just based on measurement uncertainty.
So I think there's like a couple.
I love that.
Oh wait,
that's cute. That's cute. Regardless, go ahead, Ian.
Oh, actually no. Wait, because you probably understood that better than I did. I'm not. My sciences are more like theoretical.
So look, I mean, like, it's a cute argument. The question is whether or not they. I mean, is it true that they had a half a cubit uncertainty? Maybe if they were rounding to the nearest cubit, sure. But one would expect that if they were, I mean, like just thinking as far as expectations go, you would never expect the error to be greater than 1 cubit, right, in a measurement. If they are measuring with cubits. Now, you could say that, well, if you treat the measurement error, if you treat the absolute error as half a cubit, that would mean then you can propagate that outwards and you can make predictions. But like just on a practical level, we would expect, of course, that they would be able to count the number of, they take a cubit, they lay it down, they would be able to count the number properly. Yeah, I mean, absolutely the best explanation is that they were not great at measuring things and that they were rounding, of course.
Yeah. Me personally, if I were God, though, I wouldn't want to put the book out. I just think
do some editing.
I think it's bizarre that it gives like specific measurements if it's like a holy book and the measurements are just wrong. If they didn't give measurements, look, that's great, that's fair enough. But giving measurements that are false, I don't know. Like, it's just, if this is the book that's supposed to bring people to God, you would just expect it to be more robust.
Yeah, I understand that problem. And I was kind of struggling with this last night because I am basically saying there's a measurement error. But I think that there's a mistake that I was making that I think I've heard you guys making as well. I've heard you talk about how, like, well, if the diameter is 10 and they're rounding, shouldn't the circumference be 31?
Yeah.
Well, what happens if you do it in reverse? If the circumference is 31 and they're rounding, what do you expect the diameter to be? If you divide 30 by pi, it's like 9.53 something.
But just to be clear, okay, I think that you got that backwards. It's a valid criticism. You're saying if the circumference was actually 30, what would you expect the diameter to be? Right. Yeah, then you can say, yeah, I guess you would expect it to be like 9.6 something or something like this, right? And yeah, that's fair. This would just mean that somehow, for some reason, they were measuring or they were building with the plan of making the circumference a value that they could easily define. Right. It's a little unusual, but yeah, it's a fair criticism.
Well, it's more kind of saying that, like, okay, they built a circle. And now we're just reporting on what the measurements of the circle are measured to the nearest cubit. So I was working this morning on trying to get this better because I did put a caveat in the Discord post that the chi-squared and z-tests both assume that their uncertainties are normally distributed, which is consistent with saying, no, there is a measurement error. And so a Christian wouldn't want to take this move because then you're saying the Bible has errors in it.
Right.
I think a better hypothesis is to say, no, the number has been rounded to the nearest cubit, and so it is something in between. So the diameter is somewhere in between 9.5 and 10.5, and the circumference is somewhere between 29.5 and 30.5. and those would be uniformly distributed.
Yeah, so that is a much better argument. And I mean, all things considered, if you would expect them to be doing this, if the expectation is yes, they are certainly measuring, and the expectation is that somebody wouldn't use this to try to understand the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter, then yeah, that does it does essentially kill the argument. However, an all-knowing God would know that this would be confusing to people in the future who know what the ratio should be, right? So there's, I mean, it's still a little bit unexpected that there would be exact numbers that like aren't correct, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like you run
so. I think
into.
you're kind of saying. Oh, sorry, you're.
I think you can like kind of double up the problem and turn it into like a hiddenness argument. Just that if God exists, you would expect that like the works that he puts out would be like very convincing. They wouldn't have like basic errors in them, especially because these basic errors, things like this, like they compile, they multiply into people saying, oh, well, it's just more likely that this book was written by people who didn't know a lot of things. So I think that like, if you're saying that it's like just an estimate, it's like just like a tiny error. I don't know. Like I think, you know, God isn't like a pretty good engineer. He's perfect. You know, we would expect the book to reflect that. So I still think that it's evidence against him. And if the book provides evidence against him, I think that leads to like big hiddenness problems, because that then leads people to not forming a relationship with him because there are errors in the book.
Yeah, I can kind of understand that. So you're kind of making the move of saying, well, God could have instructed Hiram the bronze worker to make a circle that's 31 cubits so that the diameter is more accurately reported and doesn't confuse people.
Or just don't put the numbers in the book. Just don't do that.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird section. I have no idea why they're doing it.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point. I mean, it's one of the few places where like measurements are included. Now, so there are places where like they give you measurements on how to build like a what is it called, the like the movable sanctuary or the tabernacle, something like this. And then it makes sense to include measurements because these are instructions on how to build it. But this
build your own tabernacle.
These particular verses are just like, it's just like what David did this, or David had this built. And it's like, okay, like what? Why are you telling? What information does this convey to us? So it is a little surprising that it's included there at all, and that, you know, it's included in a way that could be construed as being wrong, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can go pretty quick, but I just wanted to mention I did do the empirical analysis of like the uniform distribution hypothesis I mentioned, and there you get a probability that's somewhere between 0.28 and 0.3.
So, I mean, it's still less than 50%, but it does definitely make it not super improbable.
Yeah, it's
like
basically saying about 30% of the circles that would either have a diameter that rounds to 10 or a circumference that rounds to 30 would have both of those attributes.
Yeah, how
to do that analytically, I have no idea. I've been confusing myself for an hour on it.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Totally understandable. Yeah, no, but I mean, like that's an interesting point.
I can give up and let some theists try.
All right. But thanks for being here, Ben. It's an interesting point.
Yeah.
Nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you as well.
All right. So Shannon is ready now, but I think I have a super chat or two to read. Let me just double check. So we have one super chat from Eris Fernandez, but they just left $2, which we appreciate, but they didn't send a message. Although I think they said that they said in the Discord that they are the person. Oh, Bruce. Bruce is Eris Fernandez. Okay. Well, thank you, Bruce. Shannon, can you hear us?
Nope. Shannon?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, one moment. Hello, one moment.
You're good.
Oh.
It's okay.
Take your time.
Doctor.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Still can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Oh, no, Shannon.
Shannon, can you hear us? We can
I'm
hear
trying
you.
to get my headphones on.
Can you hear us?
That would do it.
It's not an echo.
Shannon doesn't have her headphones
I
on.
hear you just fine.
Are you sure?
Well, I have them on, but it doesn't seem to be connecting.
Yeah, that's a.
How are you hearing? How are you answering us then?
Oh dear. Go ahead and skip me until I can figure out my headphones. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Oh, well, okay. I guess I don't need my headphones then.
What the fuck?
Okay.
How is she
Hold a
talking
moment.
through the mute?
I'm 41, by the way.
Hello?
Doesn't look like she's muted, but
I'm using my phone, and my phone.
Shannon, we're gonna boot
muted.
you. Feel free to Shannon, we're gonna
see
boot you.
myself
Feel
on
free to
reverse.
rejoin. Let's talk to Angus Aranda. And then if Shannon gets her stuff worked out, we can bring her up next.
Yeah.
Angus, how's it going?
Testing, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. What's going on, man? I'm 34 years old. I know you've been asking people how old they are.
It's a TikTok thing.
Yeah.
Good. So what's the first question?
Yeah, what religion are you?
Do you believe in God? Oh.
I am not a religion, but I've read all of them. I'm very spiritual too. But listen, I do believe in God. I hate that word though. I feel like that word is played out. It's propaganda. But there's definitely something that created all of this.
Okay.
Is that thing a mind?
Well, also, I think that concept is too three-dimensional. It's too lower dimensional, like where we are. We can only think and speak and exist in 3 dimensions. Whatever it is that created us can't be the word mind, because that's not a proper explanation of whatever it is.
It's currently September 10th.
Yeah. Can you give us a definition of God?
So,
or of the creator, rather.
Right. I like to call it the great developer in the sky, because I'm a computer. So I believe that
it's September 10th and a half.
I believe whatever made us wrote a program to hit play. And
It's 9/11. Or it's 9/11.
They've hit the first. Okay, so Angus, did the great simulator in the sky, does it have a simulator?
Yes, it's an infinite loop of simulations.
A loop or a infinite sequence of simulators?
It's an infinite sequence. So when I don't know where the first one came from, but once that started, the process has not stopped.
Well, if it's infinite, then there wouldn't be a first one, right?
Exactly. Also, like time travel, everything's all connected to each other. Everything's all the same thing.
Did this code need to be compiled before it ran?
Yes, and it needs to be debugged and tested.
That's
This could just be a test. It could.
That's a problem, right? If it needed to get compiled at like some point in the past, then that means that it needed to have a beginning, which means that it couldn't be infinite.
Exactly, but that's also kind of similar to like the
Then that's a
conundrums that quantum
contradiction.
physics. Yeah, exactly. But also a lot of theories that are going on right now in quantum physics also have contradictions, and that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yo, they just
hit the second tower.
They hit the second tower, Mr. President.
So it's been more than 20 years. It's okay to joke about. So all of the quantum stuff about us being in a simulation, all of that stuff stems from like one guy whose name is James something, and he's a string theorist, and so all of his claims rely on string theory being true. So unless you have some reason unless you have some compelling reason to believe that string theory is true, well, it seems like there's just not really evidence that the universe is a simulation.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that it's like a simulation. It's just a different whatever this is. There's multiple versions of whatever this is. Because like another thing I was thinking is, you kept on asking.
How do you know?
You guys are kept on asking like, is God made of atoms? And I would say yes, it's made of atoms.
That's even worse. That's a huge problem. Where do these atoms come from?
Well, so exactly right. That part I can't explain. I'll admit that, right? I don't have any explanation for that. I want to try to explain that. But the way I think about it is, if we know that atoms or particles, especially even like electrons or things that are smaller, gluons, muons, quarks, they exist as either a particle or a wave function until we measure it, and then it becomes one or the other.
No, they're just always waves. It's just sometimes those waves are localized and sometimes they're not.
Yeah.
Right. I've been trying to figure out, understand that, like looking to Feynman and stuff like that. I'm trying to I'm self-educated. I've never been to college.
You
or
should
anything,
read
so
you should read Sean
definitely-
Carroll's Something Deeply Hidden.
That's a
Oh,
good
I've
book.
heard of that book.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay, but anyway, yeah. So like, what? Because like, also another thing, I've done a ton of psychedelics, and you guys have whatever opinion or whatever you think about that. But for me, I've done like DMT.
Before don't say the names.
You can't say certain words.
Yeah. Wait. So, but before we like completely, totally, like utterly, like pivot off into like a completely different thing. Let's just let's stick with what we've already gotten to. Do you agree that contradictions are false?
Well, that's an interesting question. Do I believe that contradictions are false? No, I think a contradiction is just unexplained. Because also just like human knowledge evolves over time. Once we have greater understandings, once we have better technologies, we can then form a new understanding. If a contradiction exists right now, it potentially could mean that we just don't fully understand it, and later we may have an understanding or an explanation for it.
Could it be true that the sun both exists and doesn't exist at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Isn't that like the Schrodinger's
What the
equation?
fuck?
No.
Oh no, they hit the Pentagon.
No. So the whole business with quantum superposition, which is what Schrodinger is referring to, is just that things are not always in well-defined classical states. So you can have the classic example is an electron, which is in a superposition of being spin up and spin down. But that doesn't mean that it's both spin up and spin down. It's in some other state that can be mathematically described as a combination of the two.
So what about like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? Would that answer the other question?
Bro, they're assembling a third tower. They're making a third one.
So Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is tangentially related, but suffice it to say, there are fairly good explanations, naturalistic explanations that don't require a simulator to explain why quantum systems behave the way they do.
So then, okay, well, do you guys have any more questions for me?
Well, so what would you say is like evidence for the simulation claim?
Well, so like I said, I don't know if even the word simulation is necessarily good. I'm just using that term because that's all I have.
Yeah,
to
sure.
define it.
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
But like,
whatever,
what's evidence for
whatever
this layer of realities, I should say?
I feel like the only evidence, if you use that word, is the fact that we're in it right now. It's only evidenced right now. But in a different state or a different time or even a different place, there could be no evidence for this. And I think.
But what do you mean we're in it right now? I don't know. Like, you're saying that the universe exists or reality exists, but like that's not evidence for other realities existing.
Exactly. Right. It's a weird understanding. It's a weird concept.
Seems like it's not evidence.
Yeah, I don't know if I have quote unquote evidence. Like I said, I'm not formally educated, and it's hard for me to come up with solid hypothesis and scientific procedures to pan out on that idea. This is just
okay. I mean, like we are looking for like claims that can be backed up by evidence or by deductive reasoning or by some sort of like best possible explanation argument.
Well, that's why I brought up the plant teachers. I know you can't say certain words, but so I've experienced things, and I've talked to other people who've experienced them and read tons of articles and stuff or books. Dr. Rick Strussman wrote a book about it, and for me, when I do it, I feel like that state that we're in, or that mind change that we get, however our neurons start connecting in a different way, I feel like that is like whatever is God or after this life, like when you die, or like what. I feel like that realm that you get access to contains all these concepts that we're trying to talk about right now. And like I said, it's hard for me to explain.
But like, look, we know that psychedelics mess with your perceptions. So
yes,
why isn't it? It seems like it's a far better explanation to just say, look, psychedelics are messing with your perceptions, And so the things you're perceiving have no connection with reality.
Yeah.
Because it's changing your perceptions from being connected with reality to being disconnected with reality.
Yeah, like I think probably like the weakest conceivable form of evidence is like I saw it when I was hallucinating. Like that doesn't really seem to be evidence of anything.
Well, so look, one of the plant features actually exists naturally in our brain, and it's what gives us dreams. So are dreams something that aren't real? Because before you guys answer, there's been lots of evidence where people will invent ideas, gather knowledge that they've never had before, communicate with other people in other parts of the planet. So dreams have a powerful, significant meaning, and that dream is produced by the same thing that's in plant features.
Yeah, so when you see your friend in your dream, that is in fact not actually your friend. Like that's not them. Like they're not there. They don't experience that, right? Like it's like a vision. It's like a hallucination. That's kind of just what dreams are, right? You see like images and scenes that your brain is assembling.
All right. So are you just saying that dreams are a different type of way of thinking, and that allows people to, like I say, invent new concepts or new products, tools, whatever, or even solve complex problems that they're working on? Because there's been evidence too, where people
look, I'm not like it's quite possible that. So what can happen is that you can have an experience, and even if that experience is like hallucinatory, or if that experience is like not connected with reality, it's possible that when you become sober, you have memories of these otherworldly or strange experiences, and then and then that informs some solution or some invention or something like that. That's totally possible. I mean, like that's what, like in some sense, that's kind of what daydreaming is. And you can daydream all sorts of inventions into existence, right? Like that's, I don't know, it seems super plausible.
Right. See, so I feel like because we're made of quantum particles, we can track different energy waves.
They hit the fucking third. It's the third tower. It went straight into the third tower. They assembled a fourth tower in the time we spent talking, and it went through both the third and fourth tower.
So just for those who are watching and for Angus's sake, there's a running gag. I'm a physicist. That's my like training. That's my occupation, if you will. Right. So whenever anybody starts bringing up quantum mechanics to explain God, it's like my 9/11, and that's the ongoing joke, right? That's what's happening.
Okay.
Just so you're not confused as to why Ian keeps bringing up them hitting the fourth tower. Anyway,
I feel like when we take different plant teachers, it allows us to receive more than what we're able to get normally. Because another question, you keep on saying something about reality. Well, what is reality? How do we know what reality is? As human beings, we only have 6 senses, and then we have mathematics to explain things that we can't see with our current senses, or we have technology and tools that it can enhance other senses. Like our eyes can only see so far, microscopes and scanning electron microscopes and so on and so forth. So how do we know what things are that we're measuring are what reality is?
Yeah, so better question is of course we do. Our hands exist. Our eyes exist. Of course we're seeing reality.
Well, our reality is influenced by a lot of different hormones and other chemicals processes that are going on in our body. So our perception of reality, regardless if you're on a substance or not, is just inherently, naturally always being constructed and construed in a way that just makes sense once it's processed.
Well, wait, so we agree that, we have hands, right?
Yeah.
If we were just totally wrong about our perception of reality, then we couldn't know that we have hands, but we do know that we have hands. Therefore, our perception of reality isn't like completely wrong.
Well, yeah, no, I wasn't saying it's completely wrong. It's just maybe we don't know every single aspect.
We agree.
We don't know about to explain. Okay.
Yeah, like I would never say that we know everything.
Right. So like, I love this discussion you guys are having. You're very direct. Ian, I love the way you that one guy that was on earlier, you were asking him a question and he kept on going around with the bicycles. I'm like, dude, just answer his question or say you don't know.
That sure was
I think
something.
I think there may have been a language barrier there too.
Yeah, that's possible.
So I think honestly, it sounded egotistical. He wanted to be right with whatever he was saying and make you guys agree with that. but that's not how a discussion works.
I mean, could be, but I think I do think it's possible that there was like a language barrier. But then at that point, right, like it's it's nobody's fault. But like there's just no conversation to be had if we can't engage at like a basic level.
Exactly. So I really appreciate you guys. Like you guys don't show any like rudeness or aggression. You're just trying to get people to answer questions. And so I really appreciate that because there's a lot of people out there that try to like fish for a specific type of outburst or response.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, hey, we appreciate you coming on up here.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you guys for your time.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Thanks, guys. Peace out, buddy.
All right, later. Have a good one.
Let's bring up Shannon again because it looks like Shannon has fixed her phone, I think is what she said.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, there's no delay. Your audio sounds great. So, do you believe in a god?
I do. I do believe in a god.
Which one?
I believe in the Judeo-Christian God, the one who sent his son.
So I just
to,
have a
die.
small. I just have a small nit to pick. So
Sure.
the Christian notion of God is triune, right? There's a Trinity.
That's what they say. Yes.
Yeah, and so the Jewish notion of God is a God that's absolutely one. There is no Trinity. So it's just not like there is no kind of Judeo-Christian notion of a God, right? It's just a small nitpick, but
Yeah, no, I
they
understand
are different things, right? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So what would you say is like the most compelling evidence you have for this God being real?
I'll start with the argument Clydesdale Stapleton Lewis made in Mere Christianity, that his idea of what he believed was an idea of a power is the natural law of man.
The natural law of man? Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. When we are growing up as children, we instinctively know what is considered safe and unsafe unless directed otherwise. So, for instance, when we're babes, we know to look at our parents' faces for indications of whether or not it's safe or not. And we mirror our parents' faces when they show happiness or sadness, or we show concern when we don't.
Oh, sure,
recognize
that's
the
true.
face.
Well, wait, I might have misheard you, but are you saying instinctually everybody knows what will and won't hurt them?
Yes, but
kids eat
as
Tide
we grow
Pods.
older,
I was going to say putting your hand on a fire is something you have to learn, like putting your hand on a hot stove, but Tide Pods is better.
Tide Pods are better. Because even when someone writes "Don't eat the Tide Pod," they still do. I don't know.
It looks tasty.
It's absolutely delicious.
The electric
I don't know why
blue
anyone would
colors are
think
calling
otherwise.
to me.
Obviously, the right
Gen Z. Gen Z and the
That's why
Tide
they're not having
Pods.
babies.
Because they're all sterile.
Yeah. It's because we can't find jobs.
Anyway, you were saying.
Millennials don't have
Right.
babies because they don't have houses. We don't have babies because we can't even find jobs.
And
Speak for yourself.
babies because we're sterile.
All right, so Shannon, you were saying.
Right. So, let's see, where was it?
People
It's the
know
moral law.
roughly what's right and wrong. Oh, moral law.
Right.
Okay.
Moral
Yeah,
law.
the moral
Okay,
law.
sure, yeah.
Yeah. So, the fact that we have a moral law which we didn't make ourselves begs to question where did this law come from then? If we didn't make it ourselves, then where did this law come from?
I don't agree that we have like a universal moral law. I think surely we would agree that cultures differ pretty heavily in what they consider to be moral.
I would say so.
Yeah, but if we all have like the moral law instinctually in, like why? I don't know. Like that just seems like it would lead to universal ethics, but from like the third person point of view, when we're looking at various cultures and their ethical systems, they just vary
Right.
widely. So that doesn't really seem to be in line.
Yet they do have a lot of common features that each culture does not seem to. Like, for instance, we know that killing another human being is wrong. Yet we still do kill each other. But we have this instinct inside us that says, well, we shouldn't do that. But we still do it anyway. Don't get me wrong.
But like the Spartans would like leave their.
But why do we feel an instinct to not do it though?
But I think that
Why
that's
aren't we
instilled
always
into
doing
us. Because like for example, like the Spartans would like literally leave their babies out to die if they were weak.
I actually think that Shannon has a point here. At least a bit of a point. I mean, it's totally plausible that there are pieces, there are like certain instincts, certain very, very foundational like instincts that are just part of human psychology that we're born with. That's absolutely possible. Like the kind of reactions that we have, like reactions towards like gore, for example. Like that could very plausibly be instinctual, just like just the immediate response of just being disgusted by like the entrails of another person. Like that could be instinctual, but that doesn't, just because it's instinctual doesn't mean that it's necessarily placed there by God, right?
Correct. Basically, the way that Clydesdale points out, because are we trying to approach this question with a scientific point of view?
If you want to.
Oh no, I don't.
Well, we could do.
Okay, no, you don't have to.
I think science in itself is actually very important in human development in general. I think science is brilliant in its own right. I love science. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
I'm not a scientist, unfortunately. I don't really have a very large capacity for the study, unfortunately.
That's okay. So
I
think we kind of got to narrow in on the question. So are we asking like a third person question about like why do people feel that certain things are right or wrong? Or are we asking like the first person question of like why ought I do this thing?
I would say more of the third person.
Sure. Then the answer is evolution.
Right. In an evolutionary scientific standpoint, that is the reasoning why we have our moral compasses, correct?
Yeah, that's where our moral intuitions stem from. Yeah, our moral intuitions shaped by like whatever society explains why we make like the moral judgments that we do.
Would you also say then science in its simplest form is you point a telescope to a part of the universe at a certain hour on a certain day and you saw so-and-so and therefore you record it? Or when you boil a pot and you bring it to such a temperature, this happens. Would you say that in its simplistic sense, that's what science does? I'm saying simplest. I'm not saying it's both.
I would say that that's like closer to just like observation. So what science, the whole business of science is guessing an answer and then testing your guess.
Okay. So would that be close to an observation of guessing?
So the observation is necessary to test your guess. So like, you have some guess and so then you just go test it and then you observe what the outcome is.
Right.
But it's not like most simplistically, like there's something that you don't understand, so you guess an explanation and you test whether that explanation is good.
Okay. Interesting. Because what I'm understanding from the text that I'm reading from Clydesdale is that if we are doing a test and doing an observation, that would be more of the study of human psychology, right?
Well, I mean, you can test like chemicals, and that doesn't really have anything to do with human psychology.
So what would be the study of human?
Which part?
It could be like neuroscience, it could be like biology, it could be psychology, it could be
anthropology,
physics,
sociology.
It could be topology if you're interested in how many holes a human has.
I was always told a human has 9, but I could be wrong.
Depends how you define
also
a hole.
depends on gender.
Yeah.
And
There
if
was a
you're
way
on any-
There is a way to talk about the number of holes in a human where you get the answer 7, and it doesn't depend on the sex of the person. Also, Ian, did you just conflate sex and gender?
No? When? I didn't bring this up. I am in terms of like whether or not your pores are holes.
Oh, he has good points. Skin is the biggest organ.
If you're counting like a pore as a whole, well, that's like a whole bunch. You'd have like probably way more than you could count, and it would also differ from person to person at that point.
So,
He does have a point.
So Shannon, so you believe in the something like the Christian God, perhaps not identical to it, but something like the Christian God. So
Yeah.
So what's the motivation for thinking that this thing exists?
Well, I believe that belief is not the word I want.
Believe is fine. Which means you think something's
Okay.
true.
Okay, right. So I do believe that in the studying of man in any of its scientific forms, there is a proof of a design, but not in the design sense of testing out like the universe and whether or not it's been created or if something superficial occurred for the universe to occur. I'm saying more along the lines of the more and more we study man and their behavior in different societies, the cultures and all that stuff, the question keeps up, why? Why are we like this? Why can't we just be like the other animals and be in harmony with the rest of the creation or whatever? And yet we're not. And I don't really understand why that is.
It's because we got smart. We reached like the sufficient level of intelligence quicker than the other stuff. We got organized with intelligence before anything else reached this point evolutionarily. You know, we did agriculture first. Agriculture leads to setting up societies. Societies lead to things like education, figuring things out, scientific methods, technologies, all of that sort of thing, in like a systematic way that passes down from generation to generation. And it's all built off of like agriculture. If other animals were doing agriculture, you know, it's like they very well might have arrived at these places at like a similar rate. Probably not all the animals, but some of them.
Well, in that regard, wouldn't you say that bees have reached an agricultural state that is not only sustainable for themselves, but for others?
Yeah. But they don't have like the intelligence, right? It's like getting to this point, but also having like intelligence because they don't communicate. Like each bee isn't like an individual. They're a part of a hive. They don't do like a lot of thinking.
Well, now, mind you, I'm not a scholar when it comes to insects and the study of bees, but the limited knowledge that I do have about bees is that they do communicate with each other. They use pheromones in order to communicate and distinguish day and night, where things are, and they even have a way of having their elderly. So a fun fact about an elder bee is that elder bees purposely stay out of the hive because if they die in the hive, they can possibly cause harm to it. So when they come
Unsubscribe to bee facts?
Unsubscribe to bee facts?
We're just talking a lot about bees. I don't know how relevant it is.
Well, wait. So because it is relevant in terms of like, in the question of like, why do humans do all these things? So, you know, bees don't have like the conceptual apparatus for things like, you know, like learning
we're talking about individual bees.
Yeah, like learning about the world around them. Like humans can communicate concepts to each other. I would be skeptical that bees have like particularly advanced concepts.
Well, the thing is that fair enough, we're not bees. So we can't exactly dance around and ask them straight, hey, do you know the concept of how your hexagons work in order for you to manage your honeycombs in such a way? I don't think we can honestly have those conversations with bees. So I understand your concept in that they're not intelligent enough to communicate to us, hey, this is how we sustain ourselves without hurting not only ourselves, but the environment around us and those around us. I get that. And, elephants, for instance, they actually have working memory. They actually have a concept of society. They do teach their young to each other. And they've actually proven that when young bulls don't have an elder bull to teach them, they become aggressive and they also become dangerous to not only themselves, but to the rest of the herd.
They're also nomadic.
So they seem to have a concept of society as well as morality, and yet they don't have the same.
They're nomadic. They don't like
point out.
establish societies, right? Like they don't do agriculture or anything like that.
Right, because they don't need to. I don't think because we used to not need to either.
Well, technically, we don't need to. It's just like a huge advantage if you can get it going. But without agriculture, you simply don't have these like big societies.
I've also noticed that big societies don't work.
I don't.
Well,
They work for a short period. They work for a short period of time, and then they disband.
Well,
Usually
maybe.
by
It depends what you mean by work, I guess.
Yeah. Like,
Well-
I would probably agree that like governmental structures don't work over long periods of time. They don't really work for over periods of time longer than, a few hundred or maybe 1,000 years. But like, the societies still exist. Like the cities, the towns, the people still exist. They still, they're still trading stuff. They're still, having community spaces, community interactions and things like that. So it's just like governmental structures perhaps, but
I hear what you're saying. You're basically saying that in a society, a city is well, maybe I'm not understanding. I'm understanding is that a government is separate from society.
Yeah.
So a kingdom is not a kingdom without its people.
Yeah.
Right, but a kingdom can fall and the people will still be there.
Yeah.
Right. But we would call that the kingdom has fallen. So their society has fallen, but the people are still there.
Like the government
what I'm
structure collapsed, but the society is still there.
Yeah.
Like the society is like, made up of people interacting with each other, right? And that
I would
didn't
say
stop.
so. True.
It's
And then we call
just
it
like
something
the
else.
official structure that they formally use to interact and control each other. That may have stopped, but that's just a change. But so look, I'm a little bit lost. Where are we going with this?
I was going with the idea that the reason there's a God is because we have structure, and we shouldn't have structure. We should be more like the animals.
But we're smarter than the animals. So why couldn't we have structure?
Well, I don't think that we should be having structure because we're so out of line with what natural human evolution should be, which is to be in harmony with others.
Oh,
well.
So you're saying that God caused something bad?
No, I'm saying that God has created us to be how we are. The concept of good and bad is actually I don't know how to put it. Okay, so for instance, let's say we have a rock and a tree. Now the rock we say is bad because it doesn't fit in our garden. But we all know that the rock isn't good or bad. It's just a rock. The fact that we call it good or bad is because it doesn't suit our needs.
Yeah, it's not
Same
conducive
with the
to our
tree.
purpose. Yeah.
Right. And it's the same with the tree. The tree we say is bad because it doesn't give us enough shade. It doesn't meet our expectations, so we call it bad. But the tree is neither bad or good. It's doing exactly what nature intended it to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the sense of the word good.
The fact that we have concepts of good and bad isn't what makes the God entity exist. What I think makes God entity exist is the fact that we even consider something to be good or bad. And where did that come from?
Well,
Because
depends on
we
the
didn't make
sense of
that.
the term, right? So, you know, if in terms of like the sense of good and bad that you're using when referring to the rock, well, that just stems from being able to have goals. Things are either going to be helpful towards the goal or detrimental to the goal. So if the thing is like helpful to the goal, then you label that good. And if it's not, then you label that bad. Not in like a moral sense, but just in like a, you know, it's not helpful sense. You know, it's bad with regards to your purpose. All that requires you to do is have a purpose. In terms of like a moral sense of the term, I mean, you know, that requires like probably, you know, it requires like expectations. It requires like evaluations of other people's actions and of your actions. So that probably requires like some level of like societal living combined with like a big enough brain to actually grasp these distinctions, to be able to conceptualize what the world ought look like.
Yeah, kind of like if someone accidentally trips you versus someone who doesn't accidentally trip you.
Sure.
Both situations are technically bad, but you're only angry at one because the one that purposely tried to trip you meant ill towards you, and so therefore you should be mad at them. Whereas the other one who accidentally trips you, you know they didn't mean any ill towards you, so therefore they're good.
But it just seems like naturalism has an explanation for this. which means that it doesn't favor like. So what we're doing, we're like using this as evidence to try to see whether or not this favors God as being the explanation for it. So what we do at that point, we say, well, the concept of good, like something being good for our goals, is more expected if God exists than it is if God doesn't exist. But the problem is that I think that we would still have this concept of something being good for our goals, even if God didn't exist. It seems like naturalism is able to explain this. So if your worldview can explain this and our worldview can explain this, then the data point that you brought up, like the concept of good and bad, just doesn't give evidence to either of them.
Well, neither does purple.
Yeah. So we would need to look at things that do give evidence rather than things that don't.
Right, like the concept of the waves actually mixing together to create purple.
But which worldview does that favor?
I think that favors more of a scientific or what is considered a materialistic view.
I don't even think that it would do that. But if it did that, then that would just be evidence against God.
What, that purple doesn't exist yet? We conceive it, but the only reason we conceive it is because of the mixture of the red and blue wavelengths.
Oh, is that what you were saying? That it's just that there's like some like qualitative attachment to it.
Well,
I'm not sure what your point is.
Oh, my point is that we conceive purple, we can see purple. However, purple doesn't exist. And the reason it doesn't exist is because it doesn't show up in the wavelength. And the wavelength is red, blue, and violet. Violet is actually a color spectrum that we can see. But purple is not a color spectrum we can see. It's a color spectrum our brains make up to distinguish red and blue mixing. So when there's more red than blue, we see more of a red spectrum. If we see more blue than red, we see a blue spectrum. But when it becomes too gray, it looks purple. But purple does not exist.
Well, but I mean, to be clear, like none of the colors exist. Like light exists, and light has certain wavelengths. But like the colors, those are all things that our brain produces, right?
Technically, our brain does produce that because whatever saturates the wavelengths is the color that we see. Because if the wavelengths aren't being saturated and being bounced off, that's what we see. We don't see the saturation. That's why blue
what I'm
in
saying
nature
is
doesn't
that
exist.
what I'm saying is that like if there were no people around, there'd be no blue. There would just be light with certain wavelengths, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so, because there's no one to perceive it.
Which is to say that the experience of colors like blue, purple, red, yellow, whatever, these are qualia. They exist in the mind and the mind alone. And so in some sense, you could say that they're constructed by the mind. And so I would say that purple is as real as blue. It's just blue corresponds to a pure wavelength, whereas purple does not.
Yeah. Also, this just doesn't give evidence for God's existence, you know? Purple exists. Like, I don't see why we would expect purple to exist if God exists, but we wouldn't expect purple to exist if God doesn't exist. So if this is like equally expected on both worldviews, then it's just not evidence in favor of either of them. So we would need to look at evidence that does favor one worldview.
Or it's possible that it's beyond both of us. It's beyond both worldviews because we don't have that experience yet.
Well,
for instance,
either
going
it
back
favors
to the
a
color,
worldview or it doesn't.
well, the thing is there's also the third worldview, which is no color at all. And that's blind
Neither
people.
of us hold
blind
that.
people cannot conceive color.
Okay, I
Does
think
it
there's a bit of
exist less
confusion.
because the
What we're
person
doing is
can't see it?
hypothesis comparison. We're comparing your
Okay.
hypothesis to ours. And
Oh, okay.
so the data is going to be expected or unexpected or maybe equally expected on both worldviews, you know? So for example, if the stars spelled out Christianity is true in every language, that would be like really expected. If Christianity is true, like that, you know, that wouldn't be surprising at all. You know, God can do that. But that would be like hugely unexpected if God doesn't exist. Like that would just be incredible that the stars spell out Christianity is true if God doesn't exist. So in that sense, we need to look at data that's expected on a worldview or surprising on a worldview, and then compare our explanations to see if somebody has like a better explanation. Looking at like the color purple doesn't do that. So we just need to look at evidence that does.
Well, the only evidence that we have is man.
What about
Because
man?
the only person we can study that can have that at level of understanding how the universe is created and how everything is going is man. Because we have an expectation on how man is supposed to be.
But so what's the specific piece of data? It needs to be more than just a noun. It can't just be man. It needs to be like something about it, like man exists, man.
Well, I would only
like,
have the behavior.
what about man
like,
is the data that you think favors the idea that God exists?
Well, again, I guess it would be that whole concept of good and bad, because technically everyone, well, I shouldn't say everyone, the mass majority believe that Hitler was a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
However, there are many people who would disagree with that, and in fact would point to evidence of his goodness, including the I can't even say it anymore. The horrors he had put most people through. That's a study of human behavior that doesn't explain why Hitler was bad or good. Hitler was just Hitler. Hitler did what he thought was best.
Is this evidence expected on God's existence? Like, why would what you said
Why
about
would God
Hitler
create something?
be something
Why
that
would
we would
God create
expect if
something-
God exists, but not something we would expect if God doesn't exist? Like, why is this surprising to the naturalist hypothesis?
Because naturally, human beings shouldn't want that, right? Wouldn't that be the logical explanation
No,
for why
human
a human
beings
being
have
shouldn't do
something in
that?
our cognition called what is it? It's collective narcissism. That's like the key psychological factor that leads to things like genocides, is the formation that exists within our psychology. Whenever people feel, or whenever like people groups feel like undermined, they will construct narratives about other people groups, wherein like it explains like why their people group has gotten like so fucked over. That's exactly what happened with the Nazis. This stems from like a quirk in our psychology that leads to people acting in such tribal ways.
Oh, now I know you probably don't have it at the top of your head, but maybe you do. Where's that study from? So I can look
Yeah,
at
I can.
it.
I'm happy to give it to you.
That sounds so
It comes from a
fascinating.
book. Let me.
Yeah. I think human psychology and human behavior is so fascinating. Mainly because of me being autistic, I'm already outside of what's considered
Yeah, so the
socially
book is
normal.
The Psychology of Collective Narcissism, Insights from Social Identity Theory, theory by, and then it's this name that I will not be able to pronounce, but it's like Agnieszka Golek-Zavala.
Can you spell it
Great
out,
job.
please?
Great job.
Agnieszka space GOLEC space DE space ZAVALA.
Awesome.
That's got to be a Slavic name.
Must be.
Yep.
It's awesome though.
Yeah, it's like a researcher who,
or maybe Italian.
She
Maybe
specifically,
the day.
her research specifically is like basically all of her research is on collective narcissism, and I don't know how she does this like experimentally, but she derives that this is like the key component that leads to just like feelings of group superiority, to things like genocide. And I would argue that the existence of phenomena like collective narcissism are way more expected if God doesn't exist than if he does. Like, this is actually good evidence for atheism with regards to a God who's all good. It's because you would expect to not have a quirk in our psychology that leads to genocide if God is all good.
Unless you believe in the idea that we have fallen away from the idea of what God meant by good and evil.
But it's in our psychology, so it's going to like reduce down to like neuroscience.
Right. Which, by the way, is a very fascinating topic. I love studying neuroscience. The only problem is, again, time, money, effort.
But do you think God designed our like neurology?
I think that God designed us to be who we are. So I think that everyone has as lame as this phrase goes, a perfect form of ourselves. When we come into this existence, we are not perfect. And so the journey to our perfection comes with the experience. So me interacting with you and interacting with Dr. Blitz is enriching my experience, becoming more of who I'm supposed to be.
That's cool, but I
And
feel like
vice
that doesn't
versa.
answer the question. Did God design like our amygdala? Did he design our prefrontal cortex? Did he design all these things?
Yes.
Yeah. So
in my own personal view, yes.
yeah.
That
Well,
would be my view.
if God
I know
designed
your
these
view is
things
no.
and they're like riddled with cognitive biases and, a propensity towards things like genocide, well, that's just really surprising that God would design us with brains that are disposed towards like group genocide when things get bad enough.
Well, I also don't think that God intended it to be that way. I think God intended us to be different. But the fact that we do choose to not do that is a proof that we have a choice. So if we...
But these
for instance,
psychological
if a bike
biases take away the choice, right? Like if you have confirmation bias, if you're disposed to always defending your in-group towards always doing and like defending the in-group and to creating black and white narratives that portray out-groups as monsters, if all of these things are like features of your psychology that God gave you, this actually undermines your free will. It takes away your free will by God's choice to put these things in.
However, we also have the ability to not do those things.
But you're disposed to doing them based on, in your view, like something that God gave you.
I have a choice to also steal things. And let's say in the case of good and evil, we all know this to be true. If I'm hungry and I am unable to buy food for myself, and I go and I steal food to satisfy my hunger, that is not considered bad, but it is gray because it's not good to steal from somebody else, even if they have plenty. However, because I'm hungry and I have nothing, me stealing to get food so I have something from somebody who already has a lot isn't seen as bad. I would still be punished. I would still be thrown in jail for stealing, even though I was hungry. It's still considered a good thing for me to do for myself.
This misses the point entirely. Like this, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I need to break this down. So the way we form beliefs is like a really bad way. Basically, when there's like an open question in your mind will be forming like hypotheses and it'll be like gathering evidence. So let's say you see like a blur on the beach and you're like, what is that? And you're like staring at it and your mind continually gathers more and more evidence. It's like picking out features. It's like constructing hypotheses for what it might be. And then eventually you'll reach like an evidence threshold where you'll be, oh, it's a can. That's what it is. And then at that point, at a neurological level, your brain stops taking new inputs, even if it's obviously a purse, even if there's like good evidence that it's not a can, even if it like, I don't know, like moves slightly, your brain will not process it unless it's like major evidence. And this happens, this isn't a choice. This is just how your brain is wired. You don't get to choose this or not choose this. It is literally just the way your brain is wired. So it's a
like,
faulty method of belief formation that's just built in.
Right. It's like cognitive dissonance.
Well, it's specifically what it is confirmation bias. After you have your mind made up about something, you stop accepting evidence.
So what's the difference between that and cognitive dissonance?
Cognitive dissonance is where you hold beliefs in opposition to like an obvious reality. It's where you have like a contradiction in your mind and you don't know how to reconcile it.
So one is basically refusing to take in more information on something that's already there, and the other one is refusing reality.
Yeah, basically. Or refusing that there's like you have two separate beliefs that are just, in tension with each other and there's no resolution to it. But the problem is that this is built into our brains. Like this is literally just how our brains are wired. There is not a human on earth who doesn't have confirmation bias. There's not a human on earth who like wouldn't experience cognitive dissonance. Like this is at the neurological level, this is just how these things work, which means that you'd be committed to saying that God gave us like, I don't know, like kind of bad, you know, not the like best like cognitive faculties, right? Like just cognitive faculties that are prone to bias and errors.
Interesting. Huh. I was just thinking earlier, before we started this conversation, about a conversation Dr. Blitz had with flat earthers. I think it was yesterday.
You saw that. No, it was Friday.
I love that. I tried not to get involved because you were specifically asking for people who weren't flat earthers.
Yeah,
I was thinking about trying to be the debater, you know, being the one who did believe in flat earth, but then you said no double advocate.
Yeah, I get really mad about that, and then I end up blocking people, so I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't do that. You said no double advocate, and I'm like, darn it. Because nothing better helps you understand a person's point of view than trying to argue their point of view, even though it was obviously stupid. But the point is, is that when I was listening to you having this debate with the flat earthers and how they were arguing, I couldn't help but realize that maybe that's how people perceive me when I say I believe in a God.
Some, and then some don't. I don't know. Well, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's reasonable to treat people in that way.
To treat them like flat earthers?
Well, I don't think, like, you know, when somebody tells me that they believe in a God, what I'm more interested in is like why, or like what role it serves in their life. You know, there's people who can justify their belief in a God, and I would never say that these people are like silly. But then, of course, like if your belief in a God is unjustified, then I think that that's when it gets silly.
I see. Yeah, no, I have a really hard time explaining my beliefs in a God because mine is more of a personal experience, and it would be more like me trying to explain to a blind person what the color green is.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot explain it. It's not something I can cognitively test out and prove and say this scientist proved that God exists because they, as you put it, wrote in the stars over by the galaxy Galileo and said Christianity's real.
Yeah.
And then showed pictures of it. I mean, I can't do that. That's not something I can possibly do. But I do like the idea of trying to figure out a good complementary argument to justify my beliefs.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in trying to convince others of my beliefs.
Yeah.
But like you said, if I can try to say my beliefs in a way that another person can understand it, great. I would love to do that.
Yeah. No, I don't know. There's definitely a good literature base. But
it always seems... Yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just saying, we've been talking for a while. There's a couple people still in the queue, so
yeah,
we might need to move on, but I appreciate the conversation. Yeah. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. A book I would recommend is C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity. He has a really good argument in his first chapter.
Yep, I've read it. Well,
all right.
Thanks for coming on.
You've read it?
I've read it.
Nah.
I don't think it's...
You don't know how to read.
I don't think it's very good.
Okay. So we should... Technically, I think the next person that should come up is maybe Mason. And Bruce has been waiting for like a decade. Bruce has been here since I told them that there were 6 more people after this next guest before him.
Okay.
So I feel like we should get to both because I think maybe Mason was number 5.
Yeah. And then I see Gideon here as well. And also there's like an actual Mason, so. Hey, how's it going, maybe Mason?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can. Do you believe in God?
Awesome. Sorry, what?
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Which one?
I am a follower of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What would you say is the most compelling evidence, in whatever form, for the truth of this God claim?
Yeah, so I think it's the most rational experience or most sensible one from all the other ones that I've heard. So basically, I would say the existence of the universe.
The existence of the universe. So you're saying the fact that a universe exists is compelling evidence for God and is perhaps uncompelling evidence for an atheist worldview.
Would you say that this is evidence or proof? Like, would you say that this like definitively proves God's existence, or that it's more expected? If God exists, the universe is expected, but if God doesn't exist, then the universe is unexpected.
Yeah, I think if God didn't exist, then the universe wouldn't have been expected. So, you, Ian, as far as I'm concerned, your belief is the universe always existed and time is eternal, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm just looking for explanation. Like, why would that be a more rational experience, or explanation, than saying God was always eternal and he is the one who caused the existence of the universe?
Well, there's like two reasons, right? There's like just the worldview comparison reason of parsimony, which is that all else equal, we should prefer fewer ontological commitments. If I can explain, me having 3 bad Mondays in a row naturally, then there's no reason to try to explain me having 3 bad Mondays in a row with the bad Monday fairy. It's just not helpful to like invent something to explain reality or like some facet of reality. If you can explain it without that thing, right? You're committed to saying that the universe exists, but also God exists. I'm only committed to saying that the universe exists. So it's just like one less ontological commitment, and we have the exact same explanatory power. In fact, I'd say atheism probably has more, but we can get into that. And then there's like some deductive reasons as well. Do you think God is perfect?
Yes.
Sure. Do you think that, which is better, like a perfect thing or an imperfect thing?
Definitely a perfect thing.
Yeah. So you would say that a perfect reality is better than an imperfect reality?
Of course.
Yeah, sure. So prior to God creating the universe, was it perfect or imperfect?
Yeah, the universe.
I'm sorry. Like prior to God creating the universe, was reality perfect or was it imperfect?
When God was alone, it was perfect. After reality, sure, yes, there are imperfections.
Sure. So would you agree that the universe is inherently imperfect?
Can you clarify on inherently?
Just that there's like a property that makes it automatically imperfect, which is like contingency, right? Like if God is perfect, so God's act of creation took a perfect reality and made it imperfect. You would agree?
Yes.
Oh, so God made reality worse.
Okay, so are you saying because reality isn't perfect, then God is imperfect?
I'm saying that a perfect God's actions don't make reality worse. But if God made the universe, you would have to say that his actions made reality worse. Because he took a perfect universe and made it imperfect by creating contingent things.
Okay. Well, just because the universe is contingent on God, I'm not sure how that would like change his attribute of perfection. Like,
would a perfect being be capable or be interested in making reality worse?
He's certainly capable. I mean,
would he be interested in
I'm sorry.
Would he be interested in doing that? Like, does a perfect being's actions make reality worse? Would a perfect being take actions that makes reality worse?
Would he be interested? So can you give me like an example? Because he's certainly capable, and if he's capable and has interest in doing so, then yes, he can.
Yeah, so kind of the crux of the argument is that if God's perfect, then he doesn't make reality worse, a perfect being, because I can imagine a better being, one that doesn't make reality worse with its actions. So it seems like God couldn't be perfect if his actions make reality worse. Like, I don't think a perfect God would take actions that make reality worse.
Okay, so a perfect God would just have created a perfect reality. So, for example, we would all
because creation itself is contingent, and contingency is an imperfection. So a perfect God wouldn't do anything. A perfect God wouldn't create anything.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if that's really a way to disprove God, because a perfect God, he can and he would create whatever creation he wants to worship him. I mean, if I was a perfectly knowledgeable in some certain test, for example, if I had a teacher who gave me a test, I know all the answers, therefore I also know what is not the answer. I could be perfectly capable of getting a 0% or a 100% on the test.
But you would say
But
that
it wouldn't mean
God takes actions that make reality worse?
God doesn't. Well, so okay, I know you use earthquakes as an example. Is that like something you're trying to hint towards?
This
No?
isn't even
Okay.
like problem of evil related. Like it's not even like look at this bad thing. The argument is literally just contingency is an imperfection. So God creating anything means that God is making like contingencies, and those aren't perfect. So God
Yes, there's no
creating
denying.
anything, like God could create like the most spectacular, like near perfect thing ever of all time. And it would still be imperfect. It would still make reality worse because because contingency is an imperfection and all creation would be contingent on God creating it.
Okay, yes, I don't think I could deny that contingency is an imperfection.
Mhm.
Now, if contingency is an imperfection, and God, therefore, if he was perfect, he wouldn't create anything that's contingent on him.
He
Is
wouldn't
that
create
just,
anything that's contingent, period.
Yeah.
he wouldn't? Okay. Now, but he is the perfect being, but what he's creating isn't perfect.
So
it relies on him.
Well, it's contingent, at least unless you think the universe is necessary. Unless, like, if you take that position, but then God didn't have free will to create, right?
Yeah.
Well, if we're going on the necessary route, then God would be necessary. I do remember, correct me if I'm wrong, I do remember Ian saying that time is the necessary eternal
But
thing.
this is
for
kind
the
of like a
universe.
deflection, right? I feel like we've like arrived at the contradiction. Unless you think that, so do you think God's actions can make reality worse? Does God always bring about the best possible state of affairs?
No, not necessarily, no.
Then he's not all good.
Okay, so we're going into the all good argument now.
Well, yeah, right. Like presumably like an all good God always does the most good thing that it knows to do and is able to do. And if God is all powerful and he knows everything, then he knows the best thing that he could possibly do, and he has the power to do the best thing he could possibly do. So God would just always do the best possible thing. And the best possible thing wouldn't make reality worse. Like if his choices do nothing or make reality worse, God would just do nothing.
Okay, I see what you mean. And I don't want to like pivot off of it because I'm not too sure how to respond. But then how would we explain? Yeah, how would we explain the creation of the universe according to your beliefs?
I would probably say it always existed.
Okay, and what aspect of it was it? The time only that always existed, or
depends on the model that we adopt. Blitz would
Wave
probably
function eternalism. There you go.
Yeah, Blitz would probably be better at talking about this.
Yeah. So I mean, there's like 100 models. Well, I don't know if there's actually 100, but there's like half a dozen that I could list the authors of offhand that describe different ways that the universe could have always existed. Then there's like emergent time models where time's not actually some fundamental thing, and rather there's something more fundamental that exists timelessly, and that thing, well, if it's timeless, then it doesn't even make sense to say that it had a beginning. So there's a lot of potential explanations. Now the question is which of these are correct, if any of them? Well, that's not really, it's neither really here nor there. The point is that these are all, as far as we can tell, they're all consistent with the data that we have. They're all live models, and we can't really rule them out.
Okay.
Yeah, so it could be a lot of different ways.
Okay, so we're unsure.
And by the way, there are also consistent models like consistent, completely physical, naturalistic models that describe a universe where time does have a first moment. Those also exist. So even if it's like it's just an empirical question of whether there was a first moment or not, even if there is a first moment, that doesn't imply the existence of a god.
Okay, so all right, so and you guys use the model that it always existed. Are you both mutual on that?
I might be more agnostic than Ian is, but
I defend a model, but I don't think like I would definitely defer to Blitz. I'm happy to defend the like coherence of a model just to demonstrate that there's like atheistic explanations that are perfectly coherent and backed up by evidence. But like the reality is that we don't know. All we have is evidence.
Okay. And you could, with absolute certainty, rule out that there isn't something, or I don't want to say I don't want to force someone, but you could say for certain that there hasn't been anything to cause the universe. So
I don't know if I'd say absolutely certain, like nothing caused it. Like I feel like I can deductively rule out the possibility of a mind doing it. And with the argument that I just gave you, I can rule out the possibility of a perfect God doing it. But I don't know if I'd say that it's impossible that there's like a naturalistic cause of the universe.
Okay. Okay, so
by the way, it also might not even make sense to ask what caused the universe, because at least as far as you or I or anyone who's watching this is concerned, everything that we've ever experienced that has a cause, that cause is like some physical thing in the universe itself. So the notion of cause and effect just might not apply to the universe as a whole.
Yeah, but that's because, well, God is, by my definition, he's outside of the universe.
No, but my point is it might not even make sense to ask what caused the universe. That might not be a sensible question. In the same way that it's not really a sensible question to ask what's north of the North Pole.
I see. Okay. Sure. Okay. Then would it be more sensible to say, why do we exist?
Sure.
Well, it's a question.
Yeah. Just like the problem with that question though is that it arises in every worldview. It's gonna. You kind of don't answer the question by saying God, right? Because it just kicks the question back. Well, why does God exist? Why is there some God rather than no God?
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm new to this.
You did fine. Oh, you're doing fine. Also, you have like the best possible trait that you can have, which is epistemic humility.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm also curious about this then. I'm again not pivoting off. I just don't know how to answer that one. So
that's okay.
There has been a study by the Oxford University that stated humans, especially children who have never been taught about God or anything, have an innate instinct to believe that there is a superior being, and that is in line with what the Quran says. I'm not saying Quran is necessarily evidence. However, it does say that we are taught like it is instinctual to believe there is a creator.
Maybe. Well, we have instinctual cognitive biases. Humans specifically are disposed towards lots of like heuristics for viewing the world. So, for example, we're drawn towards like black and white narratives of like good versus evil. We're drawn towards like explanations that involve agency. When we don't like think about, there's like a thud in your house in the middle of the night. Everyone's first reaction is like, holy shit, like someone's like breaking into my house. Even though like that's, for me personally, that's never happened. Nothing even close to that has ever happened to me.
And it's far less likely than just like some other thing.
Yeah, but we assign agency to the thing, and this explains why the Greeks, they couldn't explain shit. They didn't know why lightning bolts happened, didn't know why tides happened, didn't know why storms happened. So they're like, oh, I guess it's Zeus. I guess it's Poseidon. I guess it's like Apollo. I guess it's like whatever, right? I agree. We are disposed to believing in gods, but that comes from our evolutionary cognitive biases.
Okay, that's a very fair answer. Yeah, I do agree. And okay, then on the topic of evolution, then, and based on your model, how have humans come to be from the single cell?
Evolution.
Evolutionarily?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to be more
So-
specific with the question.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sorry. How I've heard that there's like this concept, the single cell genome thing, where one singular cell needs a specific number of like requirements. I'm not too well versed in this to even evolve or stay alive. So how did that single cell come into existence in the first place for us to evolve into humans?
Oh, you're asking
Great
like,
question. Probably chemistry.
yeah.
So would that mean like dead matter or
I don't know what dead matter means. You just mean like matter?
You know, like non-biological things, like
non-living organic matter.
Sure.
Yes. What was the chemical? Do we have evidence of the chemical reactions that has created the first single cell?
I mean, look, so we don't have all of the steps lined up that are exactly what definitely did happen, but there's like a lot of good ideas and a lot of good evidence of parts of the steps that we know must have happened. But like absolutely, this is still like an ongoing field of research. People are still studying it and so on. But you're currently asking, well, if atheism is true, how did life come about? What was the mechanism that caused life to come about?
Yes.
But under theism, I can equally well ask the question, what was the mechanism that caused life to come about? Because you could just say God made it, but what was the mechanism? How did he do it? And you don't have an answer either.
Well, I don't think theism essentially debunks any of like the scientific evidence that we have so far. So, for
That's
example,
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that even if I don't have an answer to the abiogenesis question,
yes,
neither do you. You can say God, I can say chemistry, and then if you want more details, well, neither of us have them.
True. Okay, so yeah, I can't say God willed it because he's all powerful.
Yeah,
because
at that
well,
point,
I mean, you could, but then I would just say, well, chemistry happened because chemistry is a physical process. Like, but the actual like technical details of like what actually caused which molecules to be where, like neither you nor I know.
Yep.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So, all right. So would that mean, okay, so if I said God willed it, you said chemistry happens, because wouldn't we have some sort of example of chemistry where we could somehow see a replication of that in the real world? Because God is outside of the real world. He has the power to do this. And if we're saying chemistry, which is a reality, then we would see examples of chemistry actually doing this kind of reactions.
Well, I mean, arguably, the point is that, hey, look, we're here. But that's why people are actually going out and looking in space to see if we can find other living organisms. Now, what we do have examples of, we have examples of chemistry doing similar things to life. Like we have examples of self-replicating molecules. We have examples of protocell or proto-cell wall formation or cell membrane formation, for example. All of these things, we have examples of these things happening. It's just we haven't seen in a laboratory yet all of these things happening at the same time in just the right way to form a single cell. But that doesn't mean that like basically we don't have evidence of the bicycle being built, but we have evidence of like the tire being built. We have evidence of the wheels of the like the pedals being built. We have evidence of like the handles being built. We just haven't seen it all come together at once.
Okay. So then this would lead to the issue of design. Would you guys agree that this reality is intelligently designed?
No,
therefore
certainly not.
required. No, okay.
I think when you look at our cellular biology, we're like horribly designed, right? Like, so, okay, what happened? The mitochondria was a separate organism, but then it came together symbiotically with a cell. So every mitochondria has like special mitochondrial DNA that's just completely different than your nucleus DNA. And every single time it does something, it needs to like be like translated in language. Like it's just like a huge inefficiency. And then there's like more inefficiencies, right? Like there's segments of your cell DNA that just straight up doesn't do anything. It gets disassembled and then reassembled, and your cells expend energy disassembling it and then reassembling it and disassembling it and reassembling it. It just does nothing. I could go on and on about this. There's so many inefficiencies in our cell. It's kind of unbelievable.
Okay, that is true, but if we were to say it would, but you can't say it's like, oh, are you making the claim it is unintelligent?
Yeah, I would say it's basically exactly what you would expect if the way our cell DNA was developed is that there were like random changes to it, and then it, the changes that worked were like reproduced and spread, and the changes that didn't work, were lost to like the dustbin of natural selection. And then that's just where we are. Like our cell is like held together with duct tape.
Fair enough. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure how I could answer that either then. All right, just to take up a little bit more of time, because I know there are other people waiting, then the topic of objective morality. So, for example, Ian, I know your morals are derived by logic.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if I want to give a scenario here, just say, forbid, there's someone, they lost their entire family and they just no longer have the will to continue living. And logically, if they want to end their suffering and unalive themselves, they're not hurting anyone else except, well, I guess the process could be painful depending on how they do it. But would that be morally incorrect to unalive themselves?
That's a difficult question. I'm not sure if there's a right or wrong answer to it. I think my moral system, there's an argument to be made kind of in both directions for my moral system, because the considerations that would say that they do have the right is that everyone has a right to freedom and well-being, everyone has a right to pursue their ends. So in that sense, maybe that would provide a justification for them being able to do this. But then the place where my moral system might argue against this is by saying that we afford, we, similar to like when we have like a kid, we don't let the kid just do whatever. Like the kid has a right to freedom and well-being, but you need to send them to school so that they can actually pursue their purposes later in life, that they actually have like the freedom. By taking away their freedom, you enhance their freedom. By telling them you will go here, you will learn these things, you will go to college, you will get a degree, you will like enter into the workforce. You're actually expanding their freedom because now they have the freedom to do things other than, I don't know, like being like a gas station attendant. No hate to gas station attendants.
Why do you hate gas station attendants?
I don't. No, I said no hate to gas station attendants. So in that similar regard, right? Like we, there's scenarios where despite somebody having a right to freedom and well-being, if they're young or their like cognitive faculties aren't working correctly, we will give them their right to freedom and well-being by being like a guardian over them, or at least a just society would be a guardian over them in a way that we do for some people who are like severely mentally disabled, for example. The state should assign a guardian to these people because that's the best way to ensure that they have freedom and well-being. Otherwise they'd get hurt, they'd hurt others, things of that sort. So I don't know. I think the moral system could go either way. I would need to read deeper to determine how the moral system actually goes about resolving things like that. I don't think that there's like an obviously wrong answer to that question though.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't agree that the obviously right answer would be to not unalive yourself.
In this scenario, I probably would say that, but the only reason I'd say that is because you're in a state where you're not mentally well.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Like if this desire, like if you were perfectly mentally well and you're like, you know what, today I would like to die. You know what? Fuck, like that's fair enough, I think. I think that you should have the ability to determine what you do. If you're like completely not mentally ill, if you have like perfectly working faculties, you're not like depressed, you're not like whatever. I don't know, like I don't like it, but I don't think that there's anything wrong or immoral about a person like deciding in clear consciousness to take their own life without like suffering from depression or like anything like that. I don't know, like I don't think that it's like crazy to say that it's permissible to do that.
Okay, but would you find it absurd
I would definitely find it absurd, right? I'd be like, what are you talking about, right? Like, you don't enjoy like hanging out with your friends. Like, you don't, like think about all the ways that you'll make people sad, like things like that. Like, I would definitely like try to reason with this person. But if all of that fails and somebody's like, nope, I want to do it, and they're not suffering from like severe mental illness, I don't know, it's their body. I don't think that it's crazy for them to have the right to do that.
Okay.
But
All right.
look, Mason, we should probably move on to the next guest because there's a few other people in here, and we only have so much time.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Thank you
up.
for being here. All right, Bruce has been waiting for eons, and then I think up next is Gideon.
Ian's mentioned?
No, what? Gideon. Oh, we have some super chats that I should read first. We have a lot. I think we've actually missed quite a few. So, right. So from Judas, we have from ZM. No, from Judas with the $2, we have guest is already in a different reality. Okay. Thank you for the $2. From ZM, we have $2. As a teacher, kids definitely do not know what is safe. Yeah, kids do stupid stuff all the time. From Judas again with the $2, we have beads. No, bees. Bees, Judas.
Bees.
From Garbagaman with the 5 Canuck bucks. B theory of time confirmed. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. The bees, they go in a little circle or something. From Nectu with the $5. Coffee for the hosts. I did get coffee. Thank you.
I did too.
Homebrewed. Oh, nice. From Jay Clark with the $5. A few questions for Dr. Blitz from a physics major. Do you know how to code? How often do you code for work? Favorite programming language? I do. Not often, like rarely. Favorite programming language? I mean, I don't have a favorite. Python's useful because it's quick.
Python W?
I mean, like I used to be fluent in Java, but I haven't used it in a decade, so I'm probably not anymore, but I could pick it up again, I'm sure.
I heard this like fucking crazy, insane thing about like the caste system in India, where apparently if you're in like a low caste at some places, I'm sure this isn't like true of all of India, but in some places you'll only be able to code in Java and C++, whereas people who are in a higher caste get to code in Python.
That's crazy. Who knows if that's crazy if that's true.
Yeah, that sounds just insane, but everything I learn about the Indian caste system really makes me raise an eyebrow.
Yep. So from Tim Bimbadil, we have $5. Stuck between nondescript theism and the Church of Dr. Reverend Deacon Blitz, please advise.
It's the same church.
Those are the same thing. Yeah.
What?
Where do you think Dr. Reverend Deacon Blitz is Dr. Reverend Deacon of?
Yeah. It's nondescript
from
theism.
From Judas with the $2. The powerhouse of the cell is indeed what we call mitochondria. That's true. And the Judas again with the $2. Blitz looks majestic AF. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you guys for the support. We have another guest named Bruce.
This is going, Bruce.
Hello.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Doing all right. Thank you for being so patient.
Yeah. So, what's the question?
Yeah. What religion are you?
I don't go by religion too much. It's just what I believe in.
Okay. What do you believe?
I believe there is a God.
What kind?
Not too much to say. I don't really know. Like the other guy said, not the word. Like saying God is not the word. I would say more like the creator, or like just the start process of everything.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so you think that there's a creator. What's the best evidence that supports this creator's existence? Well, I mean, I existed the day before, so like before I woke up, I went to sleep. Well, sure. Okay. Sure. Sure. Oh no. So TikTok can't hear, nobody can hear you except me apparently. And unfortunately, Ian is currently away. So there's no guest audio. Do you want to try shutting your, and I don't have Unfortunately, there can only be you're not audible. Nobody can hear you. Try shutting off your mic and starting it back up again, please. Testing. Can TikTok? Can you guys hear him? No, I can hear you, but the audience cannot. Oh, you can't. Nobody can hear you. Ian, you're needed. Ian. Nobody can hear Bruce, except us.
What?
Nobody can hear Bruce except us.
What? Why?
And we can hear Bruce. I have no idea.
Oh.
It happened right when you left.
Wait, Bruce, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Wait, can people hear Bruce?
No, nobody can hear Bruce.
What the fuck? Wait. Okay. Well, this just causes an echo. That's bullshit. Oh, wait. Oh, I know what it is. I'm so fucking evil. It's because I was muted. I did this, and then now people can't hear, and it's so awful and evil and horrific, and I apologize.
All right. Well, we should be able to hear you now,
Bruce. I did
Bruce.
mute the speaker instead of mute the microphone. Fucking damn it.
I didn't know Ian was so smooth-brained. Right, Bruce,
Yeah.
so you believe in a god.
Yeah.
What was the reason that you were saying that you believe in this god and this creator being?
It's just as everything as is exists. It's just as the same way I'm looking at you. We're talking to each other. That's just it. It is as is. It's just.
What does it have to do with God, though?
Because it's we're a creation.
How do you know?
We are. I'm looking at you. If you was not a creation, I cannot speak to you, or we wouldn't
Why
have.
why couldn't I just be here naturally without needing to be created?
That's still a creation. You can be there.
But natural things, do they really need a creation? A creator?
Natural things do. Like I said, not everything comes from. Like I said, something can just be. It's not just a.
Why can't we just be? Why can't the universe just be?
We are.
Okay, I'm
why
glad.
do
I'm
we
glad
need
we
a
agree.
creator?
So you get what I'm saying? So
No.
what I'm. All right, yeah, I get it. But look, so the thing is just like with the other guy with Ian, he was talking to, like, he said, can something come from nothing? And Ian said, nothing can come from nothing. Right?
It's a bit of a.
Or nothing can come from something, right?
No,
Or
I don't think
something can
nothing.
come from
I don't
nothing, right?
think something can come from nothing. No, I was arguing against that guy. That guy believed that something
Right,
could come from
right.
nothing.
So now my argument is, right, here's my theory, right? Give me the first word that comes to the top of your head.
Potato.
Okay,
I know, go
so
worth.
now where did that word come from?
A book.
My mouth.
Your mouth, but it came from where? Like, it came, in order for you to say it, where did it have to come from?
Like, I don't know, the fucking
My
title of a
brain?
book. Like, I don't
Your
understand
brain,
the question.
right? Your brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your brain
I
had
thought of
to.
it.
Exactly. So where did that thought come from if it did not exist prior to that?
So brains are made of neurons. Neurons have connections. Those connections, perhaps complex arrangements of those connections gives rise to what we might call thoughts.
But your neurons did not create the thought. It was your
Sure,
thought.
they did. Well,
It was your thought.
As far as I'm concerned, I am my neurons.
Right. And you created that thought. Your neurons, where did it come from though?
Like
Where do my
evolution?
neurons come from? Yeah.
No, where did the neurons get you to create that thought?
Wait, what?
They're in my brain.
They're in your brain,
They're like,
right?
they're like in here.
In order for them to work, where does it come? Like I said, where did that word come from prior
Where
to
did
that?
the
before you thought of
word
it?
come from, or where did the thing that the word refers to come from?
It's just like you said the first word, right? You said it was potato, right?
I did say potato, yeah.
So now, Ian, what's your word?
Go worth.
What?
Goworth. Alan Goworth. It's the last name of an
Go
author
Earth.
that
So
I'm reading.
your word is Go Earth. That's what you thought of,
Goworth.
right?
Yeah, it's
So
because
now,
I'm reading a book by Alan
apparently,
Goworth.
so now that you that just created, that was just a random word bow. It just like, it's like
Not
a
really.
spark. It's like yeah, it was a random word that just came out your head.
Yeah, well, it's in my head, right? It came because I'm reading the book.
Right, exactly. But that's different. You're talking about something now. I said a random word, not something that you thinking about.
You
Something
said
random.
the first word to come to my mind. It's the first word.
This is really not a like make your point.
Yeah.
Rather
The
than
point is like if you say nothing can come from something, could come from nothing, could come
Nobody
from
said
something.
that. Not a single person said that.
All right, well maybe you didn't, but I maybe got confused with what you said. But what
We
I'm
grant
saying is, if I can just make up a random word, right? I can't even change the word you just said because it's potato, right? So now it is as is. It's just bees. It is what it is.
It's bees.
Yeah, it's as is. It's gonna
B
be
theory of
as
time
it is.
confirmed.
It's gonna be as it is. You can't change it, right?
What?
I guess
the word that he said, you cannot change it because that's the word you said. Now you said
Oh yeah,
potato. Now
because it already happened. Like yeah.
No, if he said if I say he didn't say the word potato, I will be lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Right. So like I said, that word came from somewhere random from his neurons.
Yeah,
It just randomly was created, right?
Bruce, does lack?
Huh?
Does lack?
Yeah.
What is that? Does lack
Does
lack?
not creating.
Oh, I get where we're going with this. I get where we're going. Okay. So now you can't just say that. Like I said, that's something you thought of. Like a random word, you just thought of it randomly,
Bruce,
and
thank
now
you
it's
so
just
much for coming on. We appreciate it. All right, I moved to the
All right,
next
let's
one.
talk to Gideon.
Yeah. Hey, Gideon, how's it going?
Thank you for being so patient, Gideon.
Gideon, are you there? We cannot hear you. No, you must have done something wrong in the mic settings. Gideon's been a very vocal chatter.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, one sec. All right, I wanted to open the argument by asking if you guys agree with the Big Bang.
Yep.
So, Ian, you agree with the Big Bang, but you think the universe is eternal?
Could be, yeah. They're compatible,
So
yeah.
how can the Big Bang is t equals 0, right?
No,
The Big Bang is the start of time.
no. Why would I think that?
When was the start of time?
What's the evidence that it is the start of time?
The Big Bang is t equals 0. Have
That's
you ever
the
heard
claim.
of that?
What's the evidence?
You just said you agree with the Big Bang.
Yeah, the Big Bang
But you're
doesn't
not describing
stipulate
the Big
that,
Bang.
Yeah.
The singularity that rapidly expanded.
I don't believe in a
No,
singularity.
the Big Bang doesn't
no.
stipulate that.
So what is it?
The Big Bang is a physical model that describes the evolution of the universe, ending now and starting roughly 13.8 billion years ago. Doesn't say anything about that being the first moment of time. That's just when the model begins. It's when the model starts being relevant.
So you don't agree that that was the start of time?
Yeah, for like the fifth
there's
time,
no evidence to
no.
support
I don't
that.
know why I think that.
So what do you think it is?
I don't know, agnostic to it. The time could have always existed. It could have been like a Hartle-Hawking state. I have no reason to think that the Big Bang is the start.
So why do you agree? Why do you agree that because the definitive the definition of the Big Bang is t equals 0?
No, it's not.
Based off of what
So
evidence do they derive that? What's the evidence that it's the start of
What is
time?
t equals 0?
What?
You
Why
just
should I
said you
think that
agree
there is
with
a
it,
t
so if
equals
you-
0?
If you agree with the Big Bang, then you agree with t equals 0.
What evidence?
It seems
for the
like you
Big
just
Bang?
don't know what. It seems like you just don't know what the Big Bang is about.
Yeah, This
The
guy
Big
just
Bang is
doesn't know the
rapid
facts, it
the rapid
seems.
expansion of the universe.
The Big Bang is a description of the rapid expansion of the universe from a hot, dense state about 13.8 billion years ago.
So
That
what was
hot, dense
before
state, we don't know.
Exactly. We don't have no evidence supporting it. So
We don't have no evidence.
our only
Wait,
logical
to be clear,
explanation is the Big Bang.
the Big Bang is the description of the expansion of the universe from a hot, dense point about 13.8 billion years, or a hot, dense region about 13.8 billion years ago. That doesn't say anything about what that being the beginning. Nothing in what I just said indicates beginning.
Is there any evidence supporting the contrary?
Wait, that's burden shifting.
No.
Look, there's no evidence one way or the other whether the universe had a beginning or not.
So you're saying that the Big Bang isn't definitively the start of time.
Yes, it says nothing about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so how can you use? So you're saying that it isn't definitive. So it's not really a theory. It's a hypothesis. So how can you use that?
The
to
Big
Wait,
Bang is
hold
some
on.
model.
So we just did like a little
You
bait
just
and
said
switch there because the Big Bang doesn't say anything about
based
the
on
start
what
of
you told
time.
me, it's a claim.
And we're telling you we believe in the Big Bang, and the Big Bang doesn't say anything about the start of time. Now, the data that we have is
what is T
compatible
equals
with the
0?
Big Bang or time starting with the Big Bang, like a Hartle-Hawking state. It's also compatible with time going on eternally. The Big Bang doesn't say anything one way or another.
Yeah, but there's no evidence supporting the contrary.
But
There's no evidence supporting either position.
Yeah.
So there's no evidence supporting the Big Bang?
No, the Big Bang
not what
doesn't
we
talk
said.
about either position. The Big Bang doesn't make claims about that position.
But
Yeah.
the Big Bang states that the universe was a singularity, an extremely
No, it doesn't.
small,
Nope.
dense point.
False.
So the Big Bang doesn't say that it was an extremely small,
Not a
dense point.
singularity.
The Big Bang. So the current
Whatever you wanna
best
call it,
understanding.
It states that
It was a
states
small.
that
It was a hot, dense region. A singularity is a very
do you mean-
specific thing.
What do you mean region?
It was something that took up a volume. It had finite, non-zero volume.
Oh, 1 second.
This guy's a rhetorical titan. The only thing better than his rhetoric is his listening abilities.
All right. So you're saying that the Big Bang wasn't the start of time.
Yeah, for like the eighth
the Big
time,
Bang
yeah.
doesn't make any claims about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So where did I hear it? Where did I hear it? T equals 0.
Probably from
You did. You said it.
Well, or
No,
I mean,
that's
alternatively,
literally T equals
science
0.
communicators who have been misinformed on this topic since the 80s have been repeating that.
So T equals 0 isn't real?
I mean, it's like a parameter in a model, but nobody thinks that the model is accurate at t equals 0.
It's a
Nobody in the field
possibility.
actually thinks that that's the case.
Okay, so what do you think?
We think the data is
I'm pretty
compatible with a lot of
agnostic.
different models.
Yeah.
So how can you definitively say that God isn't real if your claim isn't supported by substantial evidence?
Wait, so I just want to point out what happened in the dialectic because it's important to see like these kinds of tactics. So this guy brings
What
up the Big
tactics?
Bang and then says, well, how can you use the Big Bang to disprove God? We never said God doesn't exist because of the Big Bang. Blitz has never said that. I have never said
So
that.
why-
Nobody
why
has
are you
ever
saying
said that. So
You
when
brought
you
it
say,
up.
you brought it up, trying to prove
No,
that
why
there
are you
is a
saying God isn't
beginning.
real is
You
what I'm
failed to
asking.
prove that there was a beginning, and now you're like, well, how does this disprove God? You were trying to prove God, and then you failed at it.
So
We
you're
can
saying-
give you the disproof of God, if you'd like.
All right. So you're saying that?
You're quiet.
Very
Yeah.
quiet.
Hello.
We can hear you. You're just a little quiet.
All right. So you're saying that there could have been something before the Big Bang,
Yeah, it could have been.
sure.
and do you have any evidence supporting that?
This is an agnostic position. This is saying, yeah, it's possible. It's also possible that it's not the case.
Yeah.
This is an agnostic
That
position.
You'd rather believe something that you have no evidence of than believe in God?
We're agnostic.
Do you know what agnosticism is?
Yeah.
Yes. You don't know whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
So you'd rather put your
We would
faith
rather
into-
remain agnostic than believe in God. That's correct. Yeah.
All right, so let's stem away from that. I would like to go to the argument
grant this.
of what'd you say?
Don't worry about it.
I'd like to go to the argument of subjective morality. So,
Sure,
go ahead.
So can I say the name, like the mustache man?
Sure.
Yeah,
go
you can
for
say
it.
mustache man.
Yeah.
Was he wrong?
Yeah, I think he was objectively wrong. What do you think?
So how you can't put think and objectively wrong in the same
Yeah, you
sentence.
can. Wait,
Your
define
opinion-
belief?
No, you can't.
Define belief?
What you?
What do you think think means?
Pardon?
So think just
Think
means
means
that
you
you
have an
take
op- you
a
have an opinion on
propositional
it.
attitude on something.
Yeah, that's an
So
that's an opinion.
take the no. It's a wait. Do you think 2 + 2 is 4, or do you not think that?
Yeah, 2 + 2 is 4 is an objective
Wait, do you
truth.
think that, or do you not think that?
No, that's the truth.
So you don't think 2 + 2 is 4? You don't
It
think
doesn't
that?
matter. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter what I
He
think.
got caught. Oh no.
I got caught doing what?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what I
Thinking
think.
that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4.
Yeah, this guy
It
doesn't
does.
think 2 + 2 = 4.
Why are you being like that? It doesn't matter what you or I think. 2 + 2 will always equal 4.
Yep, I agree. Yeah.
So that's an objective truth.
Yeah, it's objectively
So-
true that what Adolf Hitler was wrong
so-
or did was wrong. Yeah.
No, it isn't. You can't give
Yes,
your
it
opinion.
is. Wait, you
and
don't
then
think
say
what
that's
Adolf Hitler
objective
did
truth.
was objectively wrong? You don't think so?
Bro doesn't
why are
think
you
2
being
+ 2 is
immature?
4, and he
Is
also
that-
doesn't think that Adolf Hitler was wrong.
Yeah.
Wild.
Your opinion is not objectivity. It's
It's not my
subjectivity.
opinion. It's the objective truth.
Yes, it is.
Yes. No,
it
it's
is not.
not.
It's your opinion.
No, it's not. It's the
You're
objective
saying
truth.
that you said that you think. This is what you said. This is
Yeah,
what
I
you
also
said. You can
think
go back
that 2
and
+ 2 is 4, but that's not my opinion.
No,
That's the truth of the
But
matter.
if you said
I
2
think
+
it's
2
the
is 5,
case
it
that
doesn't-
2 + 2 is 4. I believe 2 + 2 is 4. I know 2 +
you
2
let me
is
talk?
4. I
So
think that what Adolf Hitler did was wrong. I believe that what Adolf
Okay.
Hitler did was wrong. I know that what Adolf Hitler did is wrong.
So when you say 2 + 2 = 4, and someone says 2 + 2 = 5, does it matter what they say?
Nope. It's objectively
All right. So all right.
4.
So how can you say that I think Adolf Hitler was wrong?
Yeah, because think just means that you take a propositional attitude. So I
Yeah,
think
so
that
that's an
2 + 2
opinion.
is 4.
No, you don't. You know 2 + 2 is 4.
Knowing is a type of thinking.
No, knowing is objective truth.
Define knowledge.
Knowing something. What do you mean?
That's circular.
Great, using the definition of the word the word in the definition of the
I don't
word.
understand why you're comparing.
Wait.
objective
So
truth to
Gideon, here's what we're gonna do.
subjective.
We're gonna give you 5 tries. Do you know what the definition of knowledge is, or do you want us to inform you? Try number 1.
Can you inform me? Inform me of
Yeah,
the
I got
Oxford
you.
definition.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, knowledge is a justified true belief. Belief means that you think something is true. So if knowledge is a justified true belief, and belief is thinking that something is true, then that means that knowledge is a type of thinking.
So, believing something is true, which would mean that something is objective in nature.
Not necessarily. So
that would be
all
subjectivity.
objective truths you can believe, but you can also believe subjective truths.
You cannot believe an objective truth, whether or not you believe it.
Then
it's
you can't know.
objective.
But by this logic, you wouldn't be able to know that 2 + 2 is 4.
That's objective. Whether we were all here. Whether
Sorry,
we,
define knowledge?
We weren't. You just defined it.
Well, yeah, under my definition, it's a type of belief.
So that would be subjectivity.
You can believe an objectively true thing.
No, you can't. Whether or not you believe it, it's objective.
This
It
is
doesn't matter what
wild,
you
by the
say.
way.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
Do
When
you know
somebody
what
says I
subjective
think
is
something, this
opinionated,
means that.
objective?
So when somebody look when somebody says I think X is true, what they mean is that they have an attitude
That's
towards the truth.
subjectivity.
Please, I was in the middle of a sentence, Gideon. When somebody says I think X is true, what that means is that they have an attitude towards the proposition X, and their attitude is inclined towards the truth of that proposition, rather than to the falsity of that proposition. So when I say I think 2 + 2 = 4, that means that internally I have some sort of attitude towards the proposition towards the proposition 2 + 2 = 4, and I'm inclined, my attitude is towards that being true. Not that being false, that being true. That's all it means to say I think XYZ. And so you can have attitudes about objectively true things. You can have attitudes about objectively false things. You can have attitudes about subjectively true things. You can have attitudes about subjectively false things.
So can I say that I believe 2 + 2 = 5?
You could.
Yeah,
You'd just
you
be
could.
wrong.
You'd just be wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Your
so then
belief
it would
your
be-
belief would still exist. It would just
Exactly.
be an incorrect attitude.
Yeah.
So if you have an objective truth, you can't say you believe it because whether or
You
not I
can
say
because
that
you can
I
also say
believe
2.
two-
You
Let me
believe 2
finish.
+ 2 = 4.
I let you finish.
But you said like
Can I
an
get a-
obviously false
can I get a full
thing.
sentence
That's
out?
like gibberish.
Can I get a-
Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
get your one sentence out. Yeah.
So if I believe that 2 + 2 = 5, I would be wrong, right?
Yeah.
Why am I wrong?
Because 2 + 2 is 4.
Exactly. So whether or not I believe that 2 + 2 = 4, it will always equal 4, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what anybody thinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's
the
true.
truth
So you
exists
can't say, "I
regardless of what
believe
anyone
that 2 + 2
believes.
equals
But
4."
it's also
You
true that
can't
you
say that you
believe that 2
believe
+
it
2
is.
= 4 because that's the truth.
So Gideon,
You can't say
Gideon,
that I
hold up.
believe.
Hold up, Gideon, do you think that God objectively exists?
Yes.
Okay, now I think that God does not exist. But
You would be wrong.
does that mean that I actually don't have that belief?
What belief? That God doesn't exist?
Yeah.
You can hold any belief you want. That doesn't mean you're
Oh, okay,
right.
so I can hold a belief about an objective thing, even if it's false.
No, because
You
You just said I
contradicted
could.
yourself.
Your
Gideon,
definition
if
of
God gave you your
objectivity
cognitive faculties, then why are you contradicting yourself? Why did he give you such
your
like shitty,
definition-
low-functioning cognitive faculties that make
your
like basic
definition of
logic blunders?
Your definition of objectivity contradicts my objective reality.
Wait, define objectivity?
Something that always is.
Something
It doesn't
that
matter.
always
Opinion
is?
doesn't matter. Yes, it doesn't
No,
matter.
that's
It
not.
doesn't
That's
change.
just straight
Something
up
that
not what
doesn't
objective
change.
means. You objectively
It means-
exist,
it
but
means
you
an
didn't
absolute
always
truth.
exist. What the fuck?
It's an absolute truth.
Wait, do you objectively exist?
Yes.
Oh, was it always the case that you existed?
What you said always is.
No, you did. That's your definition.
Something objective means an absolute truth. That's what it means.
Wait, so
It means
is it
something that cannot
objectively
be
the case
denied.
that you exist?
Yeah.
And was that always the case?
Was what always the case?
Your existence, did you always exist?
No.
So under your definition, it wouldn't be objective that you always, or that
What
you
wouldn't be
exist.
objective?
Because you said that it's an absolute truth, one that's always true. It wasn't always
There's
true
a-
that you exist, which means that your definition,
I
you
never
wouldn't
said I
objectively
always existed.
exist.
I never said I always existed.
Yeah, but you said that in order for something to be objective, it needs to be always true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not always
It's
true that you
always true
existed.
that I exist.
There's a contradiction. How do you not get this?
It's always true that I exist.
So you always existed?
No, it's always true that I
Was
exist in this
100
moment.
years ago?
So, yeah.
100 years ago,
That's
was
funny.
it true that you existed?
No.
Then it wasn't objective.
It's listen to what I'm saying.
By
It's
your
always
definition.
true, no matter anyone's opinion, that I exist in this present moment. I am not eternal.
Oh, sure. So you just want to like indexicalize it. Sure.
I have no idea what that means.
Wait,
Well,
so
then what
was
is,
it,
what is always doing?
yeah, wait, also
What does
is
that
your,
mean?
I'm saying
wait,
that-
did God have
okay,
the choice
it
to
doesn't
not
matter-
create you?
It doesn't matter anyone's opinion. I exist in this moment, right?
This isn't going to be an absolute truth if
I'm
you think
actually
God
not
is free
convinced
will.
that you're a living human being and not ChatGPT.
Yeah.
What?
Did God have
Nothing.
the free will to not create you?
What'd you say?
Did God have the free will to not create you?
Yes.
Sure. So then it's not an absolute truth that you exist.
But
It's
he did create
contingent.
me. He did create me.
But he could have not. So it's not an absolute
but he
truth.
did.
It's a contingent truth. So you would say that you don't objectively exist under your definition.
Do you have an opinion opposing my view that I exist?
Nope. But what I am
Okay, so
opposing
that
is
means-
your definition of objective. It's wrong.
And objectivity is absolute truth. It means that it cannot be denied.
But you wouldn't
No,
say
but
that
your opinion
objectivity
doesn't
means
matter.
that it's like, well, first of all, it can be denied. Those people are just wrong.
Yeah,
So it can be denied.
their denial holds no credibility. It's just
So,
Yes.
claims.
Okay, that's,
Wait, you're
that's
stumbling
irrelevant
into the
whether or not
definition.
they
Yes.
can be
What
denied.
objectivity actually is.
Okay,
An
it
objective
can't- their
truth is a
denial
truth
cannot
that
be
is
true.
true independent of anybody's stance on anything.
Yeah, like 2 + 2 = 4.
Yep. So we agree that objectivity, let's
So-
just get clear on our definitions. Objectivity, an objective truth is one that is true regardless of anybody's stance or opinion on anything.
Yes. So,
Yes,
so
okay,
how
cool.
can you say that? So how can you say that Adolf Hitler being wrong is true regardless of anyone's? Is true regardless of anyone's opinion?
Yeah, because it stems from logic. If people disagree with logic,
What
logic is
logic?
still going to be true. Yeah.
Logic didn't develop morals.
Yeah, they did.
No, do you believe in evolutionary morality?
No.
So where do you think we got morals from?
Logic. I've already answered this.
So what about the people that had? What do you mean logic?
You don't know what logic
Bro
is?
came in here assuming that you were like a moral subjectivist
Yeah.
who thinks that morality comes from
Where do you
evolution
get-
and just
you
didn't
can't-
even
you can't
ask.
get-
Just assumed.
This is why being a moral realist is great because
can't-
you get to hear like theists like melt down.
I'm not.
I might just adopt the position just for the memes, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
I
rhetorically
can't-
great.
So you can't get objective truth from majority decision.
I don't. That's not where I get it. You're short circuiting. You're trying
So
to go
where do
down
you
your
get it?
dialogue tree, and you just keep on strawmanning my position.
What is objectively wrong about what Adolf Hitler did?
Yeah, there's a contradiction in his worldview. It violates people's right to freedom and well-being.
And why should he care?
Because there's
It's
a
his
contradiction
opinion that
in
he
his
shouldn't
worldview
care.
if he denies that. Denying that leads to a
What worldview?
contradiction.
What worldview?
Any moral system that espouses that it's okay what Adolf Hitler did leads to a contradiction.
A contradiction in what?
His belief system.
Whose belief system?
Adolf Hitler's.
And what is that?
Yeah, that agency is sufficient for the right to freedom and well-being, and also that agency is not sufficient for a right to freedom and well-being.
All right, so let's talk about my worldview.
Yeah, you should pivot away. Yeah, you got blown the fuck out on
I'm
that
not
one.
pivoting.
Yeah. Wait, so
I'm
wait,
saying that
was what Adolf
you
Hitler did
saying-
objectively wrong
if
or
you say he's
subjectively
right
wrong
and
in your
If you say
worldview?
he's wrong and I say
Was-
if you say he's wrong and I say he's right, who's right?
Yeah, I'm right.
Ian is right.
No,
Yeah.
you're not, because majority opinion does
I don't
not
give a
decide
fuck
truth.
about majority opinion. It's logic, dude.
That's
It doesn't
what you're
matter
saying,
if
though.
the
But
majority of people
the only-
disagree with
So let
logic.
me
It's
ask
still
you a
logic.
question.
It's
If the
still
entire-
true.
Bro doesn't have
I'm
the
sorry that you
entire
don't
world-
understand
if
what
the entire
objective
world
truths
decided
are. I'm
that
sorry that you
Adolf
don't
Hitler
understand what logic is. But logic is
I can't hear
objectively
anything
true,
you're
not
saying.
subjectively true. So
if the
because
entire-
moral
if the
truths
entire
are
world
grounded in
agreed-
logic, that means that they're
If the
going to be
entire world
objectively
agreed that
true.
Adolf Hitler was right. Would they be right?
If what?
No.
If the entire
No, of
world
course
agreed
not.
that
That's
Adolf
the
Hitler was
point.
right.
Nope.
So where are
No,
you
they would be
getting this
objectively
objective
wrong. There would
truth
be a
from?
contradiction in the worldview.
Just listen, Gideon.
Yeah.
Listen.
Get off your dialogue tree and just listen.
Let me ask you: is morality objective or subjective?
It's objective.
Where are you getting that objective truth from?
Logic.
What logic?
The laws of logic, the
You're
law of
talking about
non-contradiction.
individual logic. Individual logic is subjectivity.
No,
If
it's
I
the
say
laws
he's
of
right and you
logic.
say
They,
he's
it
wrong,
derives
that's
from the laws of
opinionated.
logic.
What laws of logic?
The law of non-contradiction.
Self-preservation? What are the laws of logic?
The law of non-contradiction is the relevant one.
What am I contradicting?
Yeah, yourself. Your own beliefs are contradictory.
What beliefs?
Yeah, so the contradiction would be that agency is sufficient for a right to freedom and well-being, but agency is not sufficient for a right to freedom and well-being. Those are the two contradictory beliefs.
What is a right?
Right just means that you have an outward-facing ought claim, that it's a strict right that others ought not do something. So in this case, it would be interfere with your freedom and well-being.
And who made the laws of logic?
The laws of logic stem just from difference itself. So the fact that there are distinctions in reality
It stems from different
necessitate
what?
the laws of logic.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the laws of logic stem from difference itself. So the fact that things are different necessitate laws of logic.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it does.
We
the,
grant that.
The electron is not the proton. Therefore,
who
something
made
couldn't
the
be
laws
both the
of
electron and the proton. It couldn't be identical
Those
to
are
both the
absolute,
electron
bro.
and identical to the proton. These things are different.
Who made the laws of logic?
They stem just from the fact that things are different.
What?
Nobody made them.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it does. If you
No, it
understand
doesn't.
what the laws of logic are, yeah, it does. If you have two things that are different, if the electron is not the proton is not the electron, then you have A
those are
and not
absolute
A,
truths.
which means that something can't be both A and not A. It can't be identical to A and not A.
Yeah, but that's a contradiction. But that's a contradiction of absolute truths.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a contradiction that
According-
stems from the fact that things are different. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. I'm not gonna pivot or anything, but do you believe that life has inherent purpose?
This is absolutely a pivot. No, I think
No, I'm
purpose
gonna
is
come
like
back. I'm
I
gonna
think
come back.
I
I'm
think
just
purpose is
asking.
like 1,000% subjective.
So you believe that life has no inherent purpose?
Yeah, it's like you assign your own
So-
purpose. That's just obviously
All right,
true.
so that's the same coping mechanism you accuse religious individuals of having.
I didn't accuse
Because you
people of
want to
this.
avoid. So you don't think religion is a coping mechanism?
In some things it can be. I think some people have a justified belief in it, but for some people,
Do you think
I
religion is a
it's
coping mechanism?
Yeah, sometimes it is.
What do you mean sometimes?
Some people
Well, there are
use it
some
as
cases
cope.
where
It's
it
either you
is.
believe it or you not, or you don't.
No, sometimes this applies because we're talking about an entire people group. Some people use religion to cope. Some people have a justified belief in their religion. This is not hard to understand.
Do you believe that religion is a coping mechanism?
I've already answered. Sometimes.
Bro, okay. Okay, so if I say that Adolf Hitler was right, I would be wrong.
Yeah, objectively so.
Yeah, you would be wrong.
And you don't agree that objective morality has to transcend human understanding to be assigned to humans.
Wait, what? The objective
No.
morality, what?
You don't believe that objective morality has to be given by a being that transcends human understanding in order for it to be objective
That
truth?
wouldn't be, you wouldn't have morality if it was given by somebody else.
Well,
wait, so why do you have an obligation to not steal candy from babies in your worldview? Where does that
I
moral
don't.
obligation?
I don't.
Then
That
you don't
would
have morals.
justify subjective
Congratulations, there
morality.
are no morals
Exactly.
in your worldview.
That's why
Wait,
morality is
we just
subjective according to your
arrived at the
worldview.
conclusion that
No,
theists
according
don't
to
have
your own
morality.
worldview, Gideon.
Yeah.
No. So you're saying that in Christianity, morality is subjective?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's no moral obligations
No,
in
it isn't.
Christianity.
Yes, there is.
Wait,
Have
so
you ever heard of
what
the
is
Ten Commandments?
why am I morally obligated not to steal candy from babies in your worldview?
Because God commanded not to steal.
Yeah, why am I morally obligated to listen to God?
You're not.
Oh shit, then you don't have any moral obligations. It's just a preference.
No,
it's just
you
a
don't.
preference as to whether or not you want to listen to God. So your morals, in a stunning twist of fate, your morals are subjective, mine are objective.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
You
wait,
can
we
do-
just
that's
you
like-
wait, so
Bro,
let's
can you let me
try this
finish
again,
talking?
Gideon. Let's try this one more
Can you let me
time.
fin- I
If your
wasn't
morals
finished. I
are
wasn't finished.
objective,
I'm not gonna let you
why
drag
am
me
I
away to a different topic. I'm
obligated
not
to listen to
finished. I am
God?
not
Where does the
finished.
moral
I am
obligation
not
to listen to
finished with
God
what I was
come
saying.
from? Where does that come from,
I'm
Gideon?
not finished with. Can I finish?
Yeah, wait, where does the obligation come from?
That's like saying that, okay, God assigned us the Ten Commandments, one of them being do not steal, right? So if you don't feel obligation to follow that, then that doesn't negate your punishment.
Yeah, wait, so why am
That's
I
irrelevant to
why
whether
am I
there's an
obligated
obligation.
to listen to my punishment? Like, why am I obligated to do things that don't get me punished?
Okay, so then that justifies subjective morality.
No, it doesn't.
If
We're
you
talking
don't
about your
feel obligated-
worldview. Oh, wait.
Yeah, but
Because we're talking about your worldview, that means that you just conceded subjective morality.
No.
Yes, you did. You said it justifies subjective
I
morality
believe-
in terms of your worldview. We were talking about your worldview. You just conceded that
So
your
you're
worldview is
saying
subjective.
you're saying that morality is created by the laws of logic, right?
Yeah.
So if humans weren't real, morality wouldn't be real.
If humans weren't real, morality wouldn't be real. No, laws of logic are eternal.
So you're saying that the laws of logic, you're saying that morality applies to animals?
Yeah, you have a moral
So you're saying that
obligation
every
to
animal
not
is an
like kill,
evil
to not like
psychopath?
do unnecessary harm to animals. Certainly.
Yeah, but that's what they do. Do you see what dolphins do? Do you
Yeah.
see what
Oh,
orcas
well, they're not
do?
moral agents because they're not reflective. They don't have a
Exactly.
grasp of logic.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So you assign them. They have like moral worth, but they're not moral agents.
So how can the laws of logic be universal?
Because
Who were they
there's
given by?
universal distinctions in things.
Who were the laws of logic given by?
You've already asked this question. I've already answered it. They weren't given by anyone. They exist necessarily based on distinction.
That makes no sense.
Maybe it doesn't make sense if you haven't read anything. Do you even know what the laws of logic are?
No, that's why I asked
exactly.
you and you didn't tell me.
Most competent tag runner, by the way, asking questions about things he has no idea about.
Your insults hold no weight.
It's literally just true. We all saw it. You don't know a single law of logic.
So if I wanted to go and how do I say this? If I wanted to go and pew up a school,
Yeah,
right?
objectively wrong.
By whose definition?
Yeah, by logic.
Because the laws of logic were invented.
Prove it.
Prove that it wasn't.
It's burden shifting.
No, bro, the laws of logic were invented.
If the laws
give
of
me 1
logic
second.
were
I'ma
invented,
look
then
it
there
up
would be a
right now.
distinction between prior
I'ma
to their
look it up right
invention
now.
and after their invention, which itself, this distinction in itself would necessitate the laws of logic, which means they can't
1 sec.
possibly be invented.
1 sec.
I love
Give me
debating
1
preceptors,
second.
dude. This is great.
I
don't even think he knows he's a pre-supper.
Can you let me talk real quick? ChatGPT says morality is not a part of the laws of logic.
ChatGPT is wrong.
Yeah, ChatGPT is wrong.
What? So you're right, but it's wrong?
Yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
What?
Yeah. I would
ChatGPT
fucking
is wrong
wax
and you're right based
ChatGPT
off
in
of
a
your
debate.
opinionated statement.
I'd beat the fuck out of ChatGPT in a debate. Yeah.
What? So you're saying that ChatGPT is wrong and
Yeah.
you are right based on your opinionated statement?
No, based on laws of logic, logical necessitation.
Morality is not a part of the laws of logic.
Yeah,
Well,
but it stems
I mean,
from
you're
the
just
laws of
wrong
logic.
if you think that that's the
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
Chat. So I'm wrong and ChatGPT is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. You got it.
So what makes you right?
Yeah. Laws of logic. Yeah.
Okay, let me read this real quick. So the laws of logic are law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle.
Yeah. It stems from the law of
Where's the law of
non-contradiction.
morality?
Yeah. It stems from the law of non-contradiction.
A cannot be A and not A at the same time.
Yeah.
And in the same way.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with morality?
Yeah. Because anybody who rejects my moral system would be affirming a contradiction, and contradictions are false. So the denial of my moral system is false, which means my moral system is true.
Wait 1 second. Okay, so ChatGPT says, why are they not the same? Logic tells us what is consistent or contradictory. Morality tells us what is right or wrong. For example, logical claim. Hurting, I can't say the word.
Hold on.
Hurting.
Hold on. Gideon, I don't think either Ian or I are interested in debating ChatGPT. If we wanted to do that, we would open up
Yeah,
ChatGPT
because the laws of
ourselves and
logic-
type into it. So
The laws of logic aren't a part of the
it is
morality.
totally fine. It is totally fine for you to say, yeah, I don't understand that argument well enough. I will after we're done with this call, I will go
Wait,
read
wait,
up
wait.
on
Okay,
it and
okay,
inform
okay.
myself better. That's acceptable. We don't want to hear what ChatGPT says. That's not super relevant.
So
If we
why
wanted
should I
do
want
that,
to hear
we
what
would
you
open up
say?
the browser
ChatGPT is
itself.
based off of analyzational facts. Your statement is
ChatGPT
opinionated, so
hallucinates
your
things on a
statement
daily
holds way less
basis.
weight than ChatGPT.
No, ChatGPT just hallucinates shit.
What?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that?
Does it all
So
the
you're
time.
telling me that ChatGPT
Gideon,
is
how
wrong
old are
and your
you?
opinionated statement is right?
How old are you, Gideon?
I'm
How old are
18.
you? That checks out.
What does that mean?
W appeal to age. W.
Well, no, I mean, like, it's just like ChatGPT has existed like the whole time that you've been like even like mentally aware.
Oh, okay, bro. Okay.
So you just don't know what it's like to operate before it.
So based on my understanding, hurting kids for fun is wrong, and hurting kids for fun is not wrong. Both can't be true at the same time, and that's a logical contradiction.
Yeah.
So you agree with that?
No, I think hurting kids is wrong.
So what if I say it isn't?
Then there's a contradiction in your view.
Then that exactly.
Yeah, so the
So
contradiction would be
that
that.
leads me to believe that morality holds the position of subjectivity.
No, it's
Oh
objective.
shoot, my headphones just died.
So why are you wrong, but I am not? Why are you right, but I am not wrong? But I
Because
am
there's a
wrong?
contradiction in your worldview, which means that it's false.
No, it isn't. It's a contradiction in yours
I
as
don't know
well.
what to
So
do
that,
about
Wait,
that,
what would the
that
contradiction
infers
be?
subjectivity.
Sorry, what would the
That
contradiction
infers
be?
subjectivity. There's a contradiction in yours as well.
And the contradiction is?
That you say it's right. I mean, you say it's wrong.
Yeah, that's not a contradiction. That's a proposition. So a
mine
contradiction
is
is
a
two
proposition too.
propositions. It's a proposition
All
and
right,
the
so that's
opposite.
subjectivity. It's opinion based. That's subjectivity.
No, I'm a moral realist. You're coping.
Oh my, bro.
I've told you this like 10 times, and you want it to change, right? Every
I
single time
guarantee
you're
you-
like, please be a moral subjectivist. Please be a moral subjectivist. And every
If
single
you
time
ask-
I come in and impale you with the fact that I'm a moral realist, I'm sorry. It's not going to change.
I guarantee you, if you ask your chat right now, the majority of them will tell you that morality is subjective.
Yeah,
because
well,
that's
that's,
what every
it literally
atheist
doesn't
says.
matter insofar as I'm a moral realist. The opinion of other
Exactly,
people
because
don't
your
matter to
opinionated
me.
statement doesn't hold any more weight than mine, which leads to the
it
idea of
does,
subjectivity.
because, wait, do you think logic
No,
holds
it
more
doesn't.
weight?
No, it doesn't. The
Do you
laws
think
of
logic holds
morality is
more
not.
weight? Calm down.
What'd you
Does
say?
logic hold more weight
Then what?
than illogic?
My standpoint isn't illogical.
Yeah, it is. It is a contradiction.
Just because it. Yeah, but that. So how do you determine which view is right?
Yeah, the one that doesn't have a contradiction.
They both. How can you have one worldview without a contradiction? You need an opposing worldview to instill a contradiction.
What the fuck? Wait, because one set of beliefs there's a contradiction, and the different set
If
of
you
beliefs
say
you
it's
don't have the
right-
contradiction. It's pretty simple.
If you say
Based dialetheism?
if you say it's right, is that a contradiction?
No,
If I
what
let's
the
say
fuck?
you say it's right and I don't say anything, is that a
it depends
contradiction?
to what? Wait, say what's right? Say like
Exactly.
harming
So
kids
you
for
need
fun
an
is right?
opposing worldview to determine it's a contradiction.
Yeah, in
You
order to
can't,
determine
you
which
can't have a
propositions are
contradiction in
moral,
one
you need to know
worldview.
what the propositions are, right? You need to get clear on the
Exactly,
question
so you
before I
need an
can tell you
opposing
whether it's
worldview
right
to
or
instill a
wrong.
contradiction.
No, you don't. You just need the question.
So how can you generate a contradiction with one worldview that
Because you
universally
can,
agrees?
so what you can do is called a proof by contradiction. You can suppose that the opposite is true. Suppose that
Exactly. So you
that,
need an opposite.
morality doesn't objectively stem from the right to freedom and well-being. Well, that leads to a contradiction. The contradiction that agency is sufficient for the right to freedom and well-being, and the contradiction that agency is not sufficient for the right to freedom and well-being. You'd be affirming both opposite beliefs at the exact same time.
If you say it's right and I say it's right, is that a contradiction?
We both say it's right? Like harming kids for fun is right? That would be a
No,
contradiction.
like
yeah.
it's wrong. Is it, if both of us say it's like no. I probably wrote it. If you say protecting them is right and I say protecting them is right, would that be a contradiction?
No?
Okay, so you need an opposing worldview to instill a contradiction.
Yeah, and the opposing
Which
worldview is
leads
just
to the idea of
opposite.
subjectivity.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Wait, because you can
Yes,
just
it
assume
does.
the
It's
opposite
subjective.
worldview.
It's opinionated. Don't you?
No,
Bro,
it
what are you
isn't.
saying?
No, it isn't.
Morality is not a part of the.
It's a proof by contradiction.
You
so
said
you can just
the
suppose that the
contradiction-
opposite is true for the sake of reductio, and then you can derive the contradiction. It's
You
objective.
can't instill a contradiction without having an opposite.
Yeah, the opposite is just you suppose that your worldview is false. You're supposing that it's false leads to a contradiction. Contradictions are false. Therefore,
You
your
need an
worldview must be
opposing view
true.
to
It's basic
instill a
proof by contradiction.
You needed an opposing worldview to instill a contradiction.
Yeah, the opposing worldview is just the opposite.
So what if I don't give an opposing worldview?
The opposing
You
worldview
don't
is just
have-
the opposite
it's
of my
always there.
worldview. Yeah.
The opposing worldview is always there. It's
Yeah.
always
So
available.
what? So if I give an opposing worldview, how can yours be definitively
Because I'll derive the
stated as
contradiction
right?
in your worldview.
Yeah, but if you don't have my worldview, then you don't have a contradiction, which
Because
means
it's
that
going to
morality
apply to
doesn't
every
apply to the
worldview that
laws
isn't
of logic.
mine. Every single worldview on ethics that isn't mine has this contradiction in it.
That's subjective.
No, it's objective. I can derive it for
No,
you
it
if you'd
isn't.
like. Do you want me
So
to
you're
prove?
saying that you're-
I can prove it with
You're
math
saying
if
that
you'd
your
like.
worldview holds more.
Do you want me to
You're
prove
saying
it?
that your worldview
Are you interested
holds
in the
more
proof?
weight
Do you
than
want?
anybody
Wait,
else.
do you want the proof?
Proof of what?
Yeah, the proof of the argument.
Go ahead, but
Yeah,
morality is
premise
not a part of the
one,
laws of logic.
I'm an agent. Premise two, if I'm an agent, then I pursue purposes. Premise three, if I pursue purposes, then I ought have my freedom and well-being. Premise four, if I ought have my freedom and well-being, others ought not interfere with my freedom and well-being. Premise five, if others ought not interfere with my freedom and well-being, then I have a right to freedom and well-being. If
You don't
my
have a right to
agency is
anything.
sufficient for me to have a right to freedom and well-being, then everybody else's agency is sufficient for them to have a right to freedom and well-being. Therefore, everybody has a right to freedom and well-being. There you go.
But there's nothing of freedom and well-being mentioned in the laws of logic. There's only 3 laws of logic.
Yeah, but freedom and well-being are the necessary preconditions for all action.
No, who says you have a right to
Wait,
it?
sorry,
though?
wait. Tell me the action that you can take when you're dead. Which action can you take when you're dead? Which one?
What?
Quickly.
What action?
You said,
Like,
you,
what
said
do you
you
mean?
don't need well-being in order to take actions. Which action can
No,
you
I
take?
said you don't. I never said that. I
You
said
did. Everyone
what
heard
gives
it.
you. What gives you? I said what gives you? Who cares if you?
He's
if you have a right?
short-circuiting
What
now
gives
'cause
you
he
the
got
right to
caught.
have rights?
Yeah, you have the right
don't
to freedom
understand
and
what you're saying.
well-being because freedom and well-being are necessary
grant
for
that.
every single action.
So what gives you the right to have rights? Who cares
What do you
about
mean,
your
right
rights?
to have
That's what I'm
rights?
saying. Who cares? That
You
why
get
should why
the
ought I
right
care
to freedom
about
and
your
well-being
rights?
from logic. That's
And
where it
why
comes
ought
from.
I care about that?
You ought care about it because you ought or
There
it's
is
not
no
even an ought
ought,
claim.
it's
It's just that you do
subjective. I
recognize.
don't have to do anything.
You do. No, you do. Otherwise, there's a contradiction in
don't.
your worldview.
Exactly, it's a
Yeah.
contradiction in your worldview.
No,
because
did
in
I
my
say
eyes,
a contradiction
you
in my
contradict me, and in
worldview?
your eyes, I can
It's a
contradict you.
contradiction
So
in
how
your
are you
worldview.
right?
The contradiction is that you would both say that
No,
agency
the-
is sufficient for the
the
right to
only-
freedom and
the
well-being,
only-
but you
the
would
only-
deny that agency is sufficient for the right to freedom and well-being. It's a contradiction in your worldview.
No, it's a contradiction in yours.
What's the contradiction?
Because if you contradict my worldview, you can't have a contradict. You can't
But
instill
your
a
worldview's
contradiction without
false.
having
Yeah.
an opposing worldview.
You can reject false things. Yeah, that's correct.
What makes it false? That's what
There's
I'm
a
saying.
contradiction.
So what makes you right and me wrong?
There's a contradiction.
So what makes you right?
There's a contradiction. Contradictions are false.
Okay, so that means it's subjective.
No, what the fuck?
If there's a
guy's so
contradiction,
funny.
then what makes you
This
right
guy's,
and
this
what
guy's a
makes me wrong?
philosophical champion. This guy's like a titan. Oh God, what
Bro,
like a
if
real
there's
intellectual.
Ian,
we have Kant,
Ian,
we have
Ian,
Hume,
Ian,
we have Gideon, all equals.
Ian. If there is a contradiction, then you cannot say that you are right and I am wrong.
That's what a
Gideon.
contradiction is. What the fuck?
So look,
Yeah, but
here's
so
the
which
point.
side of the contradiction is right?
My side,
Gideon.
it's not that there's
Suppose-
contradictions in both of our worldviews. It's that there is a contradiction in your worldview, so your worldview is false. That's what a contradiction is.
Gideon,
So- and there's
suppose
a
my
contradiction in yours as well.
worldview. Gideon, suppose my worldview included the belief that 2 + 2 = 5. The fact that 2 + 2 is not equal to 5 and that I believe 2 plus 2 equals 5 means that there's a contradiction in my worldview. Which
No,
means
you're
that
just objectively wrong.
please, I was in the middle of a sentence.
I'm sorry.
Whatever part of my worldview led me to that conclusion must therefore be false.
Yeah.
Because if 2 plus 2 equaling 5 directly follows from my worldview, then it can't be the case that my worldview is true while 2 plus 2 equals 5 is false, because my worldview leads to that conclusion. So because you can derive a contradiction in one of the consequences of the worldview, you can therefore show that the worldview itself is false.
Okay, because your worldview opposes objective truth.
You didn't understand anything I said, did you?
You said that if you say 2 plus 2 equals 5 in your worldview, and that is a contradiction, because in the objective worldview, in the absolute truth worldview, 2 plus 2 equals 4, you would be contradicting an objective truth. Therefore, you are automatically wrong.
Kind of. We'll take it as a rephrasing, though.
Him saying it's right and me saying it's wrong, he does not have an objective set worldview, and I do not have an objective set worldview, which leads to the contradiction, which leads to the instilling of subjectivity.
No, you're misunderstanding. The point is that your worldview is equivalent to saying 2 plus 2 equals 5.
No, it isn't.
That's what Ian has demonstrated.
Yeah.
I'm not referring to the Christian worldview, though. I'm just saying.
I'm not either.
Any moral system other than mine.
You just said that.
Leads
What
to this
worldview are you
exact
talking about then?
contradiction.
The one that the one that you hold that rejects
Which
Ian's
one?
worldview.
So then that would be a
any of them,
subjective
all of them.
contradiction.
They're all wrong.
No,
they all
there's
have the
nothing
same
subjective
contradiction.
about it.
Yes, it is. So why is he right and I am wrong?
Yours has a contradiction.
Yeah, it's simple.
What is my contradiction?
That agency
you're
is
asserting-
sufficient. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Agency is sufficient for the right to freedom and well-being, and also agency is not
You don't
sufficient
have
for
a
the
right
right
to
to freedom and well-being. Yes, you do. Because
No, you don't.
that statement leads to a contradiction. In order
You don't
to
have a
make
right
that
to freedom
statement,
and
you needed to
well-being.
exercise your freedom and well-being, which means that the necessary means to making that statement was that you ought have your right to freedom and well-being, which means that others ought not interfere with your right to make the statement that you don't have a right to freedom and well-being, which means
Why am
you
I
are
ought not
claiming
to
a
do
right
anything?
to freedom and well-being while denying your right to freedom and well-being. It literally,
So,
that statement is a contradiction.
So when you say freedom and well-being, do you also refer to freedom of opinion?
Yeah. Sometimes,
So
yeah.
that means that you saying it's right and me saying it's wrong is also a freedom of opinion, right?
Yeah, you have the freedom to be wrong. Yeah,
All right, so
certainly.
that's
You have
subjective.
the freedom to say false things. Yeah, I agree.
No. So what
There's
makes you
still
right?
false things.
What makes you right?
That your statement leads to a contradiction. We just derived it.
Yeah, my statement leads to contradicting your statement.
What do you think a contradiction? Oh, he just doesn't know what a contradiction is.
I know what a contradiction is.
What is
the
it?
point, Gideon? The point is that your worldview leads to an internal contradiction. Not that your worldview
How?
is just at
How
odds
am I
with
contradicting
Ian's.
myself?
Ian has already laid that out.
Yeah, like
How am
8
I
different
contradicting
times.
myself?
Yeah, I'll say the contradiction that is internal to your worldview. That agency
So
is
what's the
sufficient for a
contradiction?
right to freedom and well-being, and
No, I
also
never
that
said that.
agency is not sufficient for a right to freedom and well-being.
I never said I have a freedom to right and well-being.
Well, wait, so let's do it. Wait, so do you agree that freedom and well-being is necessary for literally
It
every
doesn't
action?
matter what I agree with. That's
But
objective.
I'll walk you through it.
This is part of your worldview,
Yeah.
so we're asking what your
What
worldview
is my worldview?
We're asking,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
what
Anything,
we're,
any
that's what we're talking
worldview.
about.
Do you agree that for any action that you could possibly take to pursue any purpose you could possibly think of, you need a bare level of freedom and well-being in order to do any action?
It doesn't matter what I agree with.
He doesn't want to engage.
We're
He's not
investigating your
interested.
worldview.
That's my answer.
I'm trying to demonstrate this to you.
No, he just said if I agree with it, it does not
Maybe if
matter
you
what I
bury your
agree
head
with.
in the sand, it will make it
Wait.
less true.
So Gideon, either you agree with it, and hence it's part of your worldview, or you don't agree with it, and hence it's not part of your worldview. If you agree with it, then it's part of your worldview, and then you get a contradiction. If you don't agree with it, then we can
what if I
prove that
say-
you actually do agree with it, and then you get another contradiction.
What if I say I don't agree to agreeance?
What the fuck? Wait, then you would
I
have
don't
to agree
believe
to
that-
make that statement, so you would agree to agreeance.
So what if I say that I believe that nobody has a right?
That leads to a
I don't
contradiction.
know where you're getting the notion that morality is included in the laws of logic, because it really
Right,
isn't.
that's not what I
All you're
said.
saying
This
that
guy-
a
this guy is like
contradiction-
D1 at
a
not
contradiction
listening.
is included in the laws of logic.
I didn't say that. I said it stems from the laws of logic.
Yes, you did.
The
A
Michael
contradiction is
Phelps
clear
of
included in the laws of
ignoring
logic.
rational behavior.
SEAL Team 6 of ignoring the explanation. No, my
Ian,
explanation is
is
that
a
it stems,
contradiction.
it's necessitated by the laws of logic. It stems from the laws
Okay,
of
so
logic.
if 2 plus 2 is 4 and I say 2 plus 2 is 5, that's a contradiction, right?
No, saying 2 + 2 is 5 is a contradiction. Saying 2 + 2 is 4 is not a contradiction.
Yeah, because my contradiction opposes an objective truth.
What do you think a contradiction is?
Something that conflicts.
That's the problem. It's because you have no fucking idea of the term I was using.
A view that conflicts an objective
It's because you
truth.
don't
That's a
know like basic
contradiction.
terms. Like I need to start explaining like even the terms that I think people
Bro, I know what a
because,
contradiction is.
Yeah, a contradiction is when you affirm two opposite propositions simultaneously.
Yeah, but one person can't affirm two opposite positions.
Oh, you did the thing.
What thing?
He just discovered it. He discovered it on its own. Holy shit.
One person can't affirm two different
Bro's Aristotle.
positions.
He did it.
Ian is affirming one, and I'm
He did
affirming
it.
one. What?
So contradictions are impossible. You can't hold a worldview that has contradictions.
But according to the laws of logic, the only way you can have a contradiction is if you disagree with an objective truth.
No?
Yes, because if two opinionated statements contradict, they don't matter because both are false.
If I said purple is the best color and also purple is not the best color, is that a contradiction?
No, but then that's a subjective
That's
statement.
not a contradiction?
Hold on, Ian, you glossed over him saying that both positions are false.
Oh, what
a
the
thing
fuck?
and not the thing are
No,
both
I
false
didn't.
if they're
I
subjective.
didn't say that.
You definitely did.
This guy's a logical
Bro.
titan, dude. Get Graham Priest. He's ready.
Bro just doesn't accept the law of the excluded middle, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Where is the contradiction in my worldview?
Wait, because we need to
Don't
get clear on
include
this.
Ian's worldview.
We need to get clear on
Let's
this.
start over. Can we
So-
start over, please?
But
Where's the
I do
contradiction
want to
in
start
my
over. Wait,
worldview?
can we just get
Don't
clear
include
because you don't know,
weird.
you still don't understand what a contradiction is. I'm just trying to help you
I
understand
do know
it.
what a contradiction is.
You don't.
Ho ho ho.
So, the statement "purple is the best color" that's obviously not objectively true, right? It's subjective. What the best
Exactly.
color is. So, if I said purple
Exactly.
is the best color, but also purple is not the best color, is that a contradiction?
You can't contradict a subjective statement because there's no objective truth.
So this guy doesn't think purple is the best color and purple is not the best color is a contradiction.
Yeah, because that's a subjective statement. It holds no
You
objective
have,
truth, so
you have
neither
no
can be
idea
right
what
or
if you don't
wrong.
think that that's a contradiction, you literally just don't know what a contradiction is.
It can't be a contradiction because there's no objective truth.
Yeah, it still is a contradiction.
You
though.
can both be
It's
right and
subjective.
both be wrong.
It's a contradiction, though.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
you
it
can both
obviously
be right
is.
and both be wrong.
It just obviously is, right? Like I don't know. Maybe like you just need to
Bro,
read more.
you're
if
dodging,
you don't,
that's
if you
what
don't
you're doing.
recognize that this is a contradiction, right? Like I think you might just have like
How
30
can you have a
IQ points.
subjective
If
contradiction? if no
Aristotle was
view holds
alive
true?
today, this would be worse than 9/11 for him.
Yeah.
How can you have a contradiction if no view holds truth?
Because you're saying two opposite things.
Yeah, but then no view is right.
Yeah, it's a category error, but it's still contradictory.
Exactly. So no view is right. So it can't be a
Yeah,
contradiction.
but no,
it's
it
just,
is
it's just a matter of
contradiction.
opinion.
You're saying two opposite things.
It's just a matter of opinion.
But it's two opposite. So a contradiction is when
It's
you say
just a
two
matter of
opposite
opinion.
things. You
It's
still
just a
you
matter
still
of
have no
opinion.
idea what a contradiction is. You don't even want to learn.
Yes, I do.
Do you still think it's when you disagree with someone
How
that
can
that's
you
a
have a
contradiction?
subjective contradiction?
Yeah, for example, purple is the best color and purple is not the best color is a subjective contradiction.
You're saying if you say it is and somebody else says it isn't,
No. If you affirm simultaneously,
you can't affirm two simultaneously. You have to pick
because
one.
it's a contradiction. Yes, yeah, you get it. Because it's a contradiction.
Yeah, but one view wouldn't be right and the next be wrong.
Yeah, because it's subjective. Yeah, I totally
So that's
agree.
subjective.
Yeah,
The
it's
same
yes,
thing
it is
applies to
subjective.
morality.
It's a contradiction. Yeah.
Okay, so the same
It's a
thing applies
subjective
to
contradiction.
morality.
You get it. You
So the same
understand
thing
it.
applies to
You
morality.
understand. You understand that there's subjective
So
contradictions.
the same thing applies to morality.
No, it doesn't. Morals are
Yes, it
objective.
does.
Oh God, you're
No, it
you're like a
isn't.
lost
Objective
cause,
by whose
Gideon.
standard?
You're oh my
Objective
God,
by
you're
whose
so
standard?
untalented. Oh fuck.
Objective by whose standard?
Logic. I've already answered this like 10 times.
Morality isn't included in the laws of logic.
It
Contradiction
stems
is
from the
included
law.
in
It's
laws of logic.
necessitated by them. I never said that it was a law
No,
of
it
logic. I
isn't.
said it's necessitated by them. Oh,
Okay, so
oh,
you're
God.
right. You're right, and ChatGPT is wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Hey,
you're right. and
hey,
everybody
Gideon,
else is
Gideon,
wrong.
do me a favor.
yeah, I
do me a
kicked him.
favor. Okay, yeah. So just so everybody knows, if you go to ChatGPT and you scroll down to the bottom of the page, it says ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info. Just saying. Look, we should probably end the live here because we've been going for quite a while, but I do have some super chats to read, so I should probably read those, huh? From Salty Toad, we have the $5. This is where I stole it from, by the way. ChatGPT says at the bottom of the page, ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info, but people act like it's the end all be all. Absolutely, yeah, that's the problem. That is the That's the problem.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
like a
from
huge failure. It's like actually a tragedy that people give like high credence. Like if you want to use ChatGPT as like a starting point for something that there's like a big lit base on that's like pretty basic in terms of the field, use it, go for it. You want to learn what epistemology is. ChatGPT can tell you what epistemology is. It can give you the name of like some like key figures. It correctly gave like basic laws of logic. Good for ChatGPT. ChatGPT can't handle any complex philosophical argument. It just can't do it.
So I was writing this paper recently, and I was using ChatGPT to go find sources or like relevant literature, just because you write a paper and then you got to go find all of the relevant literature to cite, right? But you have to be careful because it'll give you some literature, and then sometimes the paper will exist, but it says nothing about what you asked it to talk about. So like literally, it just hallucinates. It just makes stuff up. It can absolutely be a good resource when finding literature, especially really well-known literature. It can find great resources, like super common things. But if you're asking about something that's like the least bit esoteric, like half the things will just be hallucinated. Yep. Like the papers will exist, but like it can't read papers. It doesn't know what's inside of them. I mean, it can, but it doesn't for some reason.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have $10. Go ahead.
I used to in my college days. I was like a senior in college, like working towards like a math degree. And I was in my like it was abstract algebra, but it was like the proofs class where you go and like prove the abstract algebra stuff. And I'd ask it for like a proof, and it would just like hallucinate like theorems. It would hallucinate like steps. It would just like pull it out of like thin fucking air. These like steps that are it would do like anything that it could to get to the conclusion, and it would just be like false, like blatantly so.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, so used as a tool properly by somebody who knows what they're working with, it can absolutely be useful because it's basically you can treat it as Google. That's much faster, but gets the answer wrong half the time. So just on the odds, like you just use it 100 times, and you're more like, and you'll get a better answer faster than Google will give you. But you have to be very, very careful to just give it any credence. Right, we have a $10 super chat from Salty Toad. I think that listening to someone struggling with contradiction as a concept is making my brain damage worse. Y'all are doing great. I hope your days are good. Yeah, we probably should have ended that sooner.
Yep. I don't know. I think
you got to let Ian play with his food.
Yeah, I don't know. I love. I have like this like deep fixation on like tormenting precepts.
I don't even think that this person knew that they were a precept. Anyway, that's the end of the live, y'all. We do have some guests, but it's 1 o'clock and I need to eat lunch. So that's it.
Yeah.